Chapter 1731. Ah! A belated scream came out of the triangular-eyed man's mouth. He howled as if he had seen a ghost. The place where his right hand was broken was dripping with blood. The scene was very bloody. However, Ling Xiao was still sitting there as if nothing had happened. What was going on? Exclamations came from the crowd. Most people did not see what had just happened. Only a few warriors with higher cultivation and better eyesight saw the appearance of a black shadow. However, they still did not see clearly what the black shadow was. "Do you think you can rob me just because you are stronger than me? Unfortunately, in my eyes, you are an idiot who overestimates himself." Ling Xiao raised his head slightly and looked at the triangular-eyed man with a sarcastic smile. "Ah, ghost, ghost!" The triangular-eyed man turned around and ran away in horror. He did not even want his broken arm. He was really scared out of his wits. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even realize who attacked him and how he was attacked. To him, this was simply a nightmare. Hee, don't be nervous. If you are sincere about making a deal, bring the real dragon's blood herb and a valuable map of the secret territory. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd and smiled. Of course, if someone tries to rob me in vain, I will not just break his arm next time. If I attack again, I will kill him. He had a smile on his face, but he said very scary words. This made the crowd have a strong fear of this very young guy. This guy is a little strange. Yes, I did not see what was going on with the attack just now. What a pity. The dragon's blood herb is very precious. It is not easy to get. The same goes for the map of the secret territory. Most warriors use a good map of the secret territory for themselves. After all, the secret territory is something that can only be found by chance. Very few people will sell it. It seems that the yin-yang elemental strength pill is not fated to be with us. The crowd discussed animatedly. They could see that Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. However, they were really unwilling to give up on the yin-yang elemental energy pills so easily. Furthermore, it was a perfect yin-yang elemental energy pill. But that wasn't important. What was important was that what happened here had already been seen by many people in the free market. With so many people here, there was a high chance that someone would have the dragon blood grass and the map of the secret realm. Even the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would be tempted by a perfect grade yin-yang elemental energy pill. On this point, Ling Xiao absolutely believed. Therefore, he only needed to wait here. Sooner or later, someone would come knocking on his door. There was an endless stream of people in the free market. Almost every customer who had just arrived would hear about the perfect grade yin-yang elemental force pill and come over to appraise it. It was a pity that when they saw the words, "trade but not sell," they felt helpless. They had plenty of spirit stones, but they couldn't take out the dragon blood grass and the map of the secret realm. When there were no guests, Ling Xiao's eyes were closed, and he continued to cultivate for a long time. The pedestrians coming and going did not affect his cultivation. After an hour of cultivation, the remaining energy from the Tai Chi stone was basically completely absorbed. His cultivation had also broken through from the early stage of yin-yang realm to the middle stage of yin-yang realm. Although it was only a small improvement. However, a big step was always accumulated from countless small steps. He was not in a hurry. He continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. After absorbing the remaining energy from the Tai Chi stone, there was still the energy from the ice fire grass. He used a portion of the ice fire grass energy to help Lu Lian recover her cultivation, but that was only about 30%. The remaining 70% was enough to help him improve his cultivation by a large margin. In front of everyone, he still chewed the yin-yang elemental energy pill like a snack and digested it. The powerful origin energy storm attracted more and more people to watch. Among them, there were many martial artists from the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, as well as some disciples from the big families in the Heavenly Sea City. After all, a perfect grade yin-yang elemental energy pill had never appeared in the Heavenly Sea City. The heaven and earth spirit chi here is abnormally abundant. It seems like the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company chose to set up a free market here for a reason. Another hour passed, and the sky was getting dark. Ling Xiao did not manage to wait for a real customer, but his cultivation was about to break through again. However, at this moment, a burly man appeared in front of the stall. Bang! A huge palm slammed hard on the stone platform. With just one hit, the stone platform was smashed into pieces. The terrifying sound was like thunder. Many martial artists were so frightened that they covered their ears. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the impact, did not look too good either. Just as he was about to break through, the man did that. Although it would not cause any harm to him, it made his cultivation go down the drain. His cultivation returned to the middle stage of Yin-Yang realm. Not only that, but he also wasted 30% of the ice-fire grass energy. Ling Xiao's heart was bleeding, and his anger was burning. However, the burly man in front of the stall did not know what he had done. He pointed his finger at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Kid, I don't have the dragon's blood grass, nor do I have a map of the secret territory. But I have spiritual stones. I'll take your 10 yin-yang elemental force pills. Get lost." Ling Xiao abruptly opened his eyes. His eyes had turned blood red, and a terrifying voice rang out like a thunderclap. The burly man was stunned for a moment before he returned to normal. "Boy, what's with your attitude? I'll kill you if you continue to talk nonsense." Ling Xiao was trying his best to suppress his killing intent. He could sense that the burly man was just someone's cannon fodder. The real mastermind was standing in the crowd. He was waiting for him to flip out and take the opportunity to make a move on the yin-yang elemental energy pills. Kill me? I haven't flipped out yet, and you're already flipping out? You're asking for death. The burly man suddenly took out a heavy sword from his storage ring. It seemed to weigh a few 100 kilograms. Then, he swung it at Ling Xiao's head in front of everyone. The heavy sword cut through the void, and a strong wind blew. The martial artists who were close to it could feel a chill in their limbs. It was terrifying. I've given you a chance. You're the one who doesn't understand how precious it is. The cold voice was like a voice from hell, and it made the burly man's body tremble violently. Three-leaf magic eyes, magic light attack. Ling Xiao's body still did not move, but his right eye released a black light. Not only did it send the heavy sword flying, but it also sent the burly man flying. He landed in the crowd dozens of meters away. His body twitched a few times, and then he stopped moving. Ling Xiao's attack was filled with hatred. Naturally, he did not show any mercy. Since the other party already had the intention to kill him, why should he show mercy? However, when he turned around to look at the stall, he found that the 10 yin-yang elemental energy pills had disappeared. Chapter 1732. You're really fast! Ling Xiao laughed coldly. I've said it before. I'll kill anyone who tries to steal my yin-yang elemental energy pills. As his voice rang out, a crack appeared in the void. A martial artist covered in blood was pulled out from the crack. The 10 yin-yang elemental energy pills were taken back by Ling Xiao in perfect condition and placed back on the stall. What a terrifying young man! He can even find a martial artist who used a concealment technique. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. They thought that the young man would admit defeat this time. Who knew that the one who fell in the end would be the martial artist who took the yin-yang elemental energy pills? Die! The martial artist who was pulled out tried to escape. But how could Ling Xiao let him go? Ling Xiao had already said before that whoever dared to make a move on his medicinal pills would be killed. Since someone disregarded his advice and insisted on sending himself to his death, he could not be blamed. With a casual flick of his hand, a shadow all pierced through the void and pierced the martial artist's head. The martial artist stood there in horror. His body was still in a running posture. It was a pity that he would not live to see tomorrow. Ling Xiao would not be soft-hearted when killing people. He would not kill those who should not be killed. He would not let any of those who deserved to die go. The most important thing was that the strongest martial artist who wanted to steal his pills was only at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm, the same as his cultivation. Such trash dared to provoke him. They were really overestimating themselves. However, there were still people who were not afraid of death. Even though Ling Xiao had already killed 2 people, a hand still reached out from the ground and tried to steal the 10 yin-yang elemental energy pills while Ling Xiao was not paying attention. A puppet beast? Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye turned and discovered that it was a puppet beast with strange tentacles hidden underground. It was not a martial artist. This martial artist was smart to think of such a method. He thought that even if he failed, Ling Xiao would not be able to find him. He was too naive. Ling Xiao hit the ground with his palm. A shadow all pierced through the ground and hit the puppet beast. At the same time, he released his soul power and instantly locked onto the mastermind. That person saw that his plan had failed and turned to flee. He did not stop at all. Since you're here, why leave? Son of Shadow, Shadow kill. Ling Xiao did not leave the stall, but that person died dozens of meters away. The Son of Shadow's attack range was thousands of meters. After killing the 3 people, Ling Xiao was still sitting cross-legged. The 10 yin-yang elemental force pills were still placed on the stall, as if nothing had happened. The 3 of them had coveted the yin-yang essence force pill. In the end, all 3 of them died. This incident caused the martial artists who had been eyeing the yin-yang essence force pill to restrain themselves. After another hour, the sky was dark. Ling Xiao sighed. He had broken through to the late stage of the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. However, he still had no clue about the dragon blood grass and the map of the mystery realm. He did not want to delay any longer. Since he could not get them, he would think about it later. Next, he had to refine the spirit-sobering pill and solve the problem with cold plum. Thinking of this, he packed up his stall and left. Returning to the Tower of Heroes, he spent a quarter of an hour to refine the spirit-awakening pill, saving Ling Mei from the separation of her divine soul. Long Chun was still cultivating at this moment. Cold Plum also returned to her cultivation state. After all, not everyone could break through as easily as Ling Xiao. He had the Tai Chi Eye and the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind came from outside the door. Ling Xiao did not even look at the gust of wind. Instead, he rushed out and chased after the person who shot the hidden weapon. The gust of wind must be a hidden weapon. With Dan Feng around, it could not hurt anyone. Young Hero Ling, you're amazing. I didn't want to show myself, but you still found me. In a small alley a few hundred meters away from the outstanding person pavilion, the person stopped and looked back at Ling Xiao. He then cupped his hands and said, Young Hero Ling, don't be nervous. I'm a martial artist from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. I have no hostility toward you. What did that mean? Ling Xiao asked coldly. I heard that young Hero Ling needs the dragon blood grass and the map of the mystery realm, so I came to deliver the news. The martial artist explained. Ling Xiao was stunned. He felt that he was too nervous and misunderstood the other party. Who sent you? Master Ji Qing. The man replied. You're a VIP of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Since you need the information, we'll deliver it to you. Actually, you seem to have neglected your privilege. If you need it, you can use the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's intelligence system to serve you. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and scolded himself for being so stupid. He actually forgot such a convenient thing. He deserved to be tired. Then if young Hero Ling has nothing else, I'll take my leave. The man cupped his hands and said, Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you for the information. Ling Xiao was a very simple person. If others were good to him, he would be good to them. If others hurt him, he would not show mercy. It was that simple. After returning to the outstanding person pavilion, Dan Feng gave him a note. The information on it was very clear. If you want the dragon blood grass, you can find Sun Linchan of the Medicine King Pavilion. If you want the map of the mystery realm, you can go to the Sky Sea Underground City to participate in the Death Arena. If you win, you'll definitely get a high-grade map of the mystery realm, but it's very dangerous. Dan Feng, please continue to watch over everyone. I have to go and try. If I don't come back, you don't have to wait. Do what you have to do. I won't die. Ling Xiao reminded. If you really meet an opponent that you can't handle, then use the formation refining stone I gave you to escape. Don't fight head on. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You have to be careful too. The Moon Lady, the demonic liquor sword, and your grandfather Hong Qi are all not here. If you really meet a strong opponent, you can't be rash. Dan Feng was actually not worried about their safety. After what happened during the day, as long as they stayed in the outstanding person pavilion, they would not be safe. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had offended too many people. He was probably in the most danger. After leaving the outstanding person pavilion, Ling Xiao went to the Medicine King Pavilion of the Sky Sea City under the cover of the night. Now that the White Tiger meet was around the corner, the martial artists who were going to participate in the meet would probably come to the Sky Sea City. As one of the Sky Sea City's 4 heroes, Sun Lingchan would naturally come. Ling Xiao did not know Sun Lingchan, but this did not stop him from doing business with him. The Medicine King Pavilion in the night was brightly lit. One could see that the lights were all formed by small special arrays. They absorbed the light of the sun and moon and stored it before releasing it. Chapter 1733. The lights in the Medicine King's Pavilion could even show different colors. It was really magical. Ling Xiao could not help but take a few more glances. Hurry up! Fairy Ling Chan is going to distribute the pills. Don't miss it. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the Medicine King Pavilion, a group of people suddenly ran over from not far away. They were all rushing into the Medicine King Pavilion. Ling Xiao couldn't help but follow the crowd and walk in as well. On the first floor of the Medicine King Pavilion, one could see dozens of martial artists with powerful cultivation dressed in uniforms standing around. Cold gazes were cast on all the martial artists who stepped into the Medicine King Pavilion. Those who need pills line up. The rules are the same as usual. Only the martial artists who urgently need pills will be given out. I hope that some people who want to fish in troubled waters will be disciplined. In the pavilion, there was a woman wearing a veil. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but one could feel the otherworldly immortal aura exuding from her body. This woman should be Sun Lingchan, but she was a little different from Ji Luoyu's description. The one who spoke was the maidservant beside Sun Lingchan. She was dressed in men's clothes and held a sword in her hand. She was very delicate and pretty. To be honest, even if it was this maidservant, she would definitely be considered a first-class beauty. The so-called distribution of pills looked a little like some kind rich people giving food to beggars. Could it be that this Sun Lingchan was a kind person with a bodhisattva's heart? Ling Xiao was puzzled. He followed the crowd and approached the stall. Everyone was lining up. If he did not walk, he would be pushed forward. Brother, looking at you, you don't seem to care about those pills. Are you here to see Fairy Ling Chan? Behind Ling Xiao, a martial artist asked with a smile with saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao immediately understood. It seemed that many people in this crowd were here for Sun Lingchan's beauty. Even if they could not see her face, seeing her flawless figure was also a kind of enjoyment. Ling Xiao understood these people very well. One had to know that Sun Lingchan was barefoot at this time. Her feet were perfect as if carved from white jade. As long as it was a man who knew how to appreciate women, he wouldn't dislike her tender hands that stretched out of her clothes. Perhaps all men would want to hold her little feet in front of their chest and carefully admire them, letting those little hands caress their bodies. Yes. After responding casually, Ling Xiao ignored the man's nagging voice. He had seen women more beautiful than Sun Lingchan, so his resistance was naturally stronger. The team continued to move forward, and Ling Xiao soon arrived in front of Sun Lingchan. Sun Lingchan glanced at Ling Xiao and asked softly, "What medicinal pills do you need? You can choose any medicinal pill below the profound grade and take it for free. I want the dragon blood grass." Ling Xiao wasn't interested in elixirs below the mysterious grade. His purpose for coming here this time was for the dragon blood grass. What? Sun Linchan seemed to be taken aback for a moment before she let out a bell-like laughter. Under this laughter, many men almost entered a state of absent-mindedness and were infatuated. However, Ling Zhao's expression remained indifferent. This surprised Sun Linchan quite a bit. She smiled and asked, "What do you want the dragon blood grass for?" "Why? Do I need a reason to make a deal? I can use 5 perfect grade yin-yang elemental energy pills to exchange for it," Ling Zhao said lightly. His voice was calm, but the moment he spoke, there was a commotion in the hall of the Medicine King. It turned out that what happened in the free market during the day had already spread to many people's ears. "You're the young man who traded yin-yang elemental energy pills in the free market and killed 3 martial artists in the end?" Sun Linchan seemed to have heard about this too. "That's right." Ling Zhao didn't hide it. "Interesting. Huahua, help me continue to distribute the medicinal pills. I want to have a chat with this young master." Sun Linchan smiled faintly, and her voice was very sweet. However, this made countless martial artists who came to admire Sun Linchan envious. All of them stared at Ling Zhao with murderous gazes. However, Ling Zhao didn't care about this. He only cared about Sun Linchan's dragon blood grass. He followed Sun Linchan to the lounge on the 2nd floor. This place was very spacious and should be a place for VIPs to rest. However, it happened to be empty at this time, so Sun Linchan used this place as her guest room. "You're Ling Zhao, right? His Majesty the Celestial Emperor?" Sun Linchan sat on the soft seat in a very ladylike manner. That posture gave off a feeling of superiority, as if she was a queen. "That's right." Ling Zhao nodded. "How do you know I have the dragon blood grass?" Sun Linchan asked again. "I guessed," Ling Zhao said lightly. "You're the daughter of the Medicine King Sun Sa and the future successor of the Medicine King Hall. If even you don't have the dragon blood grass, I'm afraid you won't be able to find it in the entire Tianhai Empire." "Hee hee." Sun Linchan just smiled faintly. As for whether she believed Ling Zhao's words, she didn't know. "What do you want the dragon blood grass for?" Sun Linchan finally got to the point. "That's a very precious herb that can be used to refine many precious mysterious grade medicinal pills." "To refine medicinal pills?" Ling Zhao replied faintly. "To refine the fledgling dragon pill." He didn't lie. Lying in front of such a smart woman was purely self-deceiving. Not only would he not be able to deceive the other party, but it might also cause his image to collapse in the other party's eyes. If the other party wasn't happy, the dragon blood grass might not be willing to trade. "Fledgling dragon pill." Sun Linchan revealed a shocked expression. "You can actually refine mysterious grade medicinal pills? Why not?" Ling Zhao asked back. In fact, whether he admitted it or not, the Medicine King Sun Sa would know about it. It was only a matter of time before Sun Linchan found out. It was better to let the other party feel his weight, and the success rate of this trade would be higher. "Haha, I thought you were a promising young man and wanted to be friends with you, but I didn't expect you to boast so shamelessly. Even I can't refine a profound grade pill, how can you refine one?" Sun Linchan smiled coldly and stood up to see the guest out. "Haha, I didn't think that Sun Linchan, one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai, was just a frog at the bottom of a well. You can go ask your father, Medicine King Sun Zai, and see my ability in alchemy." Ling Zhao wasn't nervous. Instead, he laughed loudly and suppressed Sun Linchan's arrogant aura. If you have the ability, you can be arrogant. It's the same with alchemy. No matter how beautiful you are, you still need to use medicinal pills. If I can refine mysterious grade medicinal pills, you have to look up to me. It's that simple. The corner of Sun Linchan's mouth twitched. She immediately ordered someone to check the information. After a while, that person came back and whispered a few words in her ear. Sun Linchan's expression couldn't be seen clearly, but after hearing that person's words, Sun Linchan's attitude took a 180-degree turn. It was obvious that she had found some information about Ling Zhao, especially information about alchemy. Chapter 1734. I have 20 stalks of dragon blood grass here. It's the entire stock of the Medicine King Pavilion. This herb is very rare and hard to collect. I can give it to you for free, Sun Linchan suddenly said. Fairy Linchan, if you have anything to say, just say it. I, Ling Xiao, am not a kid anymore. I don't believe that there will be free deals in this world, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Hee, if that's the case, then I won't beat around the bush. I'll give you 20 stalks of dragon blood grass for free. I want 15 fledgling dragon pills, Sun Linchan said with a smile. That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head. Then tell me your price. Sun Linchan's asking price was very high. Therefore, she wasn't surprised that Ling Xiao rejected her. Simple, 20 stalks of dragon blood grass. Moreover, you have to provide 20 fledgling dragon pills. After that, I can only give you 5 fledgling dragon pills. Of course, they are perfect grade fledgling dragon pills, Ling Xiao said indifferently. If it's not possible, then forget it. His attitude was very firm. This was because he firmly believed that even Medicine King Sun Sa couldn't refine perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. This was his biggest advantage. Perfect grade! Sun Linchan was a little out of control. Although she tried her best to keep calm, she still couldn't control herself. Young Master Ling, you're a little black-hearted. Black-hearted? Ling Xiao smiled and said. I can choose not to buy the dragon blood grass from you. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company probably has it too. However, you definitely won't be able to find a second alchemist in the White Tiger mainland who can refine perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. This is called a rare commodity worth hoarding. The market determines the value. Hee, young Master Ling is really eloquent. All right, 5 pills it is. However, they must be perfect grade. Otherwise, you should know the consequences of toying with my Medicine King Pavilion. Sun Linchan smiled and agreed. Just like what Ling Xiao said, there probably wasn't a second alchemist in the White Tiger mainland who could refine perfect grade profound grade elixir pills. Even her father, Medicine King Sun Sa, couldn't do it. I won't find trouble for myself. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of trouble, but he wouldn't cause trouble for himself. All right then. Hua Lu, go and get 20 stalks of dragon blood grass for this young master. Sun Linchan smiled and instructed the maidservant beside her. The maidservant acknowledged and then left. About 15 minutes later, he returned with a box carved out of white jade. There were indeed 20 stalks of dragon's blood grass in it. In addition, there were 2 martial artists following behind him, carrying 2 chests. Inside the chests were medicinal herbs for refining the fledgling dragon pill. I've prepared a total of 40 sets of medicinal ingredients. After all, there is still a possibility of failure. However, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I want 5 perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. If I can't do it, it won't be good for us. Sun Linchan said the ugly words first, so as to avoid falling out with them in the future, which would make everyone look bad. Of course. Ling Xiao was secretly laughing in his heart. This was equivalent to him getting 20 sets of medicinal ingredients for free. These medicinal ingredients were worth hundreds of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. If he were to buy them, he would not be able to afford them now. In that case, Fairy Linchan, I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao kept the items in his storage ring and turned to leave. However, he did not expect a sudden chuckle from the door of the resting room. Sun Linchan, didn't you say that your Medicine King Pavilion doesn't have dragon blood grass? When this voice was heard, a slender hand attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. This person might not know Ling Xiao, but it was obvious that she was also thinking about the dragon blood grass. Ling Xiao did not fight head-on. Instead, he flashed and stood aside. He did not want to be the sacrifice in the battle between Sun Linchan and others. She was stunned for a moment, as if she did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to dodge her attack. Don't be surprised. He could even dodge the attack of the sacred sword of Wind Demon. Dodging your attack is nothing. Another voice was heard from outside the door. It was also a woman's voice, but it sounded more noble and graceful. Judging from the voice, It was definitely a woman from a prestigious family. I don't believe it. The woman who attacked earlier pounced on Ling Xiao again. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally saw her face clearly. She was extremely good-looking. This woman was dressed as a man and had a heroic spirit. She was even more beautiful than Sun Lingchan's servant girl. She was valiant and formidable. Originally, Ling Xiao liked this type of woman very much. However, today, he was a little unhappy. No one would be happy to be attacked for no reason. Take out all the dragon blood grass you have. I won't let you suffer. The woman pointed out her intentions as she attacked. It was as if she hoped that this would make Ling Xiao give up resisting stubbornly. However, once again, Ling Xiao easily dodged her attack and said indifferently, "You want me to take out something that's already in my storage ring? That's impossible. How much did you buy it for? I can buy it for 10 times the price." The woman attacked Ling Xiao again, and her voice was even sharper. Ling Xiao's heart was getting colder and colder. He was only giving face to Sun Lingchan, so he did not make a move, but the other party was actually so aggressive. It was simply unreasonable. Shangwen Qing'er, this is the Medicine King Hall. Don't go overboard. Giving you 20 stalks of dragon's blood grass is simply a waste of resources. How many people in your royal family can refine perfect-grade fledgling dragon pills? Sun Linchan's voice was heard. This was her territory. How could she not care if someone was behaving atrociously here? Although the other party had a respectable status and even she had to be wary of them, it would be too embarrassing for her to let them hurt Ling Xiao here. Shangwen Qing'er was stunned for a moment and stopped attacking. She looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief, then looked at Sun Linchan and said, "If you want to lie, you have to come up with something decent. Our royal family's imperial doctors can't refine a perfect-grade fledgling dragon pill, but they can still refine one with 80% perfection. Could it be that this lad can refine a perfect-grade fledgling dragon pill? That's right. He can refine it. I have already asked my father about this. Even my father highly admires this person." Sun Linchan said calmly. "Impossible. What is his name?" Shangwen Qing'er asked. "Ling Xiao," Sun Linchan replied. "Ling Xiao? I have never heard of such a powerful alchemy master on the White Tiger continent. Sun Linchan, are you bullying me because I am not well educated?" Shangwen Qing'er was furious. "Hee, I advise you not to attack. I am not afraid that you will hurt him, but I am afraid that you will be hurt by him." Sun Linchan smiled and said, "Today, he killed 3 martial artists who tried to snatch the yin-yang elemental strength pills from him in the free market." Yin-yang elemental strength pill? A perfect grade yin-yang elemental strength pill? Shangwen Qing'er's focus seemed to be different from what Sun Linchan had thought. "Lad, sell me your perfect grade yin-yang elemental strength pill. I will give you double the price." Shangwen Qing'er seemed to be used to being overbearing and rude. When she spoke, she was completely bossy and did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Chapter 1735. Shangwen Qing'er had an arrogant look on her face. It was as if whatever she said, others had to listen to her. If she wanted to buy Ling Xiao's elixirs, then Ling Xiao had to sell them. "I'm not selling," Ling Xiao said plainly. "I have already said that the yin-yang elemental force elixir is only for trade. If you don't have the dragon's blood grass or the map of the secret territory, then don't even think about it. Are you selling or not?" Shangwen Qing'er looked at Ling Xiao coldly, as if she wanted to kill him. "If I'm not selling, then I'm not selling. Are you planning to buy it by force?" Ling Xiao's gaze was equally cold. He had a special characteristic, which was that he could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If someone sat down and discussed it with him, then maybe he could sell it to them. After all, the dragon's blood grass was already in his hands. But now that the other party had such an attitude, how could he give in? "So what if I want to buy it by force? Do you know who I am?" Shangwen Qing'er looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically and said, "On account of your ignorance, I will not argue with you. Take it out, and I will give you spiritual stones." Otherwise, if you offend me, even if Sun Lingchan protects you, it will be useless. I don't care who you are, but I finally understand what you are. A dog raised by someone else to bite people. Is it because the leash is not tied properly? Ling Zhao's words were really merciless. He knew that the person outside the door was the real owner. As long as the person outside the door spoke, Shang Guanqing would not dare to act recklessly. But now, it seemed that the person outside the door felt that what Shang Guanqing did was not wrong. Shang Guanqing's murderous aura was revealed, as if she did not care about Sun Lingchan's warning at all. She was really going to rob him. The murderous aura enveloped Ling Xiao, revealing a resolute murderous intent, as if she had seen her enemy. Facing such an unreasonable woman, Ling Xiao did not back down. He stood there and looked at her coldly, and an even more terrifying murderous aura was released. The two murderous auras in the air collided and exploded. Both of them took a step back. Qing'er, it's fine if you don't fight, but if you do, don't lose. The noble lady outside the door walked in and glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently, as if she didn't care about him at all. Why would she take a martial artist at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm seriously? Greetings, Crown Princess! When Sun Lingchan saw this woman, he slowly stood up and said, Crown Princess? Ling Xiao finally understood why this woman was so overbearing. Crown Prince Tyrant Tianhai's woman. Rumor had it that not only was her cultivation terrifying, her status was also revered. You're welcome. The Crown Princess smiled slightly and then sat at the side. Her sitting posture was even more queen-like than Sun Lingchan's. She was completely used to it. Understood, Your Highness the Crown Prince Consort. Shang Guanqing smiled slightly. Since she had the Crown Princess promise, she did not need to hold back. Her figure suddenly flashed, and she charged toward Ling Xiao at an even faster speed than before. Obviously, she had not used her full strength just now because of the Crown Princess. You're indeed an obedient dog. You bite whoever your master tells you to. You're quite pretty, but it's a pity that you're a blind dog. Ling Xiao did not intend to dodge anymore. Previously, he did not attack because he was giving Sun Lingchan face. However, it was obvious that Sun Lingchan did not want to interfere in this matter. Therefore, he could only fight for his own face. Hee, this guy is really daring. He even dares to scold the Crown Princess's maid. Sun Lingchan laughed happily. She had probably never seen such a daring person before. However, she did not know that Ling Xiao had even defeated Crown Prince Tyrant Tianhai. If he was afraid of a mere Crown Princess, it would be too embarrassing. You're courting death! Shang Guanqing suddenly pulled out two broken swords. The blades were as thin as cicadas' wings. For a woman, they were the best weapons. The sword aura tore through the void and slashed toward Ling Xiao with a strong gust of wind. This was no longer as simple as fighting for the yin-yang elemental force pill. She wanted to kill him. Humph! Ling Xiao snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, Ice's fury appeared in his hand. A cold and gloomy aura circulated in the ice fury. The surrounding air became cold and gloomy. We don't know who's courting death yet. He smiled faintly and thrust out the ice fury. A terrifying cold aura broke through the air. Ding! Dang! Shang Guanqing's sword was blocked by the ice fury. She felt a strange cold aura enter her arms through the sword. It was so cold that she almost threw the sword in her hand to the ground. At the same time, Ling Xiao also felt a strange and soft sword aura seeping into his meridians. It was trying to destroy his body. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. She was just a maid of the Crown Princess, yet her cultivation was so high. She was much stronger than the trash in the free market today. She was even comparable to the so-called four ferocious beasts of the heavenly ocean. Then how strong was the Crown Princess? How strong was Tyrant Tianhai? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao became even more obsessed with the dragon's blood grass. Whoever wanted to snatch it would die. The dragon's blood grass was the key to increasing his cultivation. Both of them took a step back and neutralized the sword aura in their bodies. You have some skills. No wonder you could kill those trash. But in front of me, Shangguan Qing'er, you are still not worth mentioning. Shangguan Qing'er waved the broken sword in her hand. The cold aura became even more dazzling. The soft sword aura was difficult to block. It was like using a stick to block the attack of a rope. There was no way to use force. Ordinary people would not be able to think of a reliable way to deal with this strange sword aura. However, Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye. In a moment, he found the weak spot of this poisonous snake. Get lost! Ling Xiao waved the ice fury in his hand. A scorching aura suddenly rose. Then, a golden crow flew across the sky. The scorching flames burned in the lounge. The Crown Princess and Sun Linchan were stunned. Third profound light, golden crow soaring sun. Snake shadow sword aura! Shangguan Qing'er waved the two swords in her hands continuously. The strange and flexible sword aura instantly tore the golden crow into pieces. Interesting. It's a pity that you don't know what's good for you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I don't have any deep hatred for you. So, I will be merciful to you. Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, my next move will end your life. Although he was smiling, his voice was very cold. However, Shangguan Qing'er seemed to treat his words as fart. She did not care at all. She continued to attack with the two swords. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. A dark demonic sword hung above his head. Fusion! The dark demonic sword was wrapped in the ice fury. The power of the sword in his hand increased tremendously. Then, Ling Xiao pointed the tip of the sword at Shangguan Qing'er. A dark night sky appeared behind him. In the night sky, there was a terrifying beast roaring. This voice caused many martial artists in the lounge to feel their hearts palpitate. A terrifying and dark aura was released continuously. It was as if some monster was stepping out from the dark void. Shangguan Qing'er was stunned. However, she did not stop attacking. The two swords released a shocking murderous aura. A huge snake appeared behind her. The snake had 8 heads. It was extremely strange. Chapter 1736. Seeing the strange 9-headed snake martial soul behind Shangguan Qing'er, Ling Xiao deduced that this woman's sword aura was cultivated because of the giant snake. The influence of a martial soul on a martial artist was indeed too great. Kill! There was no longer any emotion in Ling Xiao's eyes. He was as cold as a devil. Since his opponent was courting death, why should he show mercy? Light Shadow's third profound, sure kill, Doomsday of Tao Tai. A giant black shadow stretched its head out from the void, its terrifying eyes staring at the enemy in front of it. A brutal aura rose continuously. Ever since Ling Xiao merged the martial soul of Tao Tai and the primordial heavenly demon fighting spirit, the power of Doomsday of Tao Tai had once again become the most terrifying attack among all of Ling Xiao's killing moves. If he used this move, it would prove that he really had the intention to kill. No matter who it was, as long as their cultivation level was not higher than him by 3 levels, they would definitely die. A terrifying sword light enveloped Shangguan Qing'er. The roar of the Tao Tai caused the entire Medicine King Hall to tremble. The pitch-black shadow had already penetrated the entire resting lounge and was spying on the woman not far away. Roar! The sword light flew out, releasing the roar of a giant beast. At that moment, all of Shangguan Qing'er's sword shadows were torn apart, and the shadow of the giant snake behind her disappeared as well. Her eyes were dull and filled with fear, filled with despair. She was going to die. How was this possible? She was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but she was going to be killed by a martial artist at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could her opponent release such a terrifying ultimate move? This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, the shadow in the void was already attacking her, and it was useless to not believe it. Show mercy! Sun Linchan and the Crown Princess actually attacked at the same time. The two of them released 2 even more astonishing auras, which directly destroyed the shadow in the void. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the 3 women in front of him. Shangguan Qing'er was already very powerful. He had to use his strongest killing move to intimidate his opponents, and this was under the circumstance that his opponents did not know him well. Sun Linchan and the Crown Princess were even more terrifying. His strongest killing move was not worth mentioning in front of these two women. As expected, the gap between them was still too big. However, he didn't intend to retreat. The dark demon sword in his hand was still circulating with a terrifying aura. His body was gradually covered by a white bone armor. He entered the state of hell body. At this moment, there were already many martial art practitioners gathered in the lounge. As they watched the battle between Ling Xiao and Shangguan Qing'er, they were all extremely shocked. Shangguan Qing'er was a martial artist at the 9th heaven of the Yin-Yang realm. Although she was not ranked among the 7 little saints of Tianhai, it was not because she was not strong enough. It was because she was a female official in the palace and did not have the right to participate in the white tiger meet. Although she was called a female official, she was actually just a slave. However, there was no doubt about his strength. But in the face of an unfamiliar young man, he was almost killed. If Sun Linchan and the Crown Princess hadn't intervened, what would have happened? They can think of it with their thighs. This young man was too terrifying. He was simply a role model for the younger generation. "I will kill you!" Shangguan Qing'er, who had been rescued, screamed, then pounced forward with all her might in an attempt to take revenge. She was a slave. If she was of no use to her master, the consequences could be imagined. "Enough. You are no match for him." The Crown Princess gently placed her hand on Shangguan Qing'er's shoulder. Her gentle voice had a tinge of coldness. "I have misjudged you." Then she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You are really skilled. With such strength, even in the Tianhai Empire, you can be ranked among the top 6. However, you still have to restrain yourself. Although the Tianhai Empire has the strength, there are many people who are not qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet. Qing'er is a slave. Otherwise, her name would have been among the 7 little saints. Mu Wanshuang is also a slave. However, she is one of the Tianhai 4 talents. Whether she can participate in the White Tiger meet or not depends on her master." Ling Xiao looked at the Crown Princess nonchalantly and said, "Haha, interesting, interesting. You are indeed the heavenly emperor of the Tianhai Empire." The Crown Princess laughed very casually. She no longer had the arrogance from before. "You flatter me. The Tianhai Empire is just a small and weak country in front of the Tianhai Empire. It is not worth mentioning." Ling Xiao knew his own weight, and he also knew the weight of the Tianhai Empire. It was precisely because he was inferior that he had to work even harder to become stronger. "Join the Crown Prince's guest delegation. You will definitely be put in an important position," the Crown Princess suddenly said. "Guest delegation?" Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect the Crown Princess's words to change so drastically. She was just praising him a moment ago, but now she was suddenly full of praise. "That's right. With your talent and ability, under the Crown Prince's nurturing, you will sooner or later become one of the best on the White Tiger continent." The Crown Princess smiled. Will the Crown Prince allow a guest delegation to be stronger than him? Ling Xiao didn't refuse the Crown Princess's request. The Crown Princess froze for a moment, then chuckled. "I understand. Your ambition is not small. Unfortunately, if your ambition is too great, you will sometimes be stuffed to death. Whether or not I will be stuffed to death is not up to you or the Crown Prince. It is up to me." Ling Zhao's confidence stemmed from his various abilities. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could still protect himself. As long as he was given enough time to grow, he would definitely surpass Tyranny Heavenly Seas. He had never doubted this point. "Good, very good. You are really good. Fairy Lingchan, sorry for disturbing you today. Let's chat again tomorrow. Qing'er, let's go." The Crown Princess looked deeply at Ling Xiao, then turned and left with Shangguan Qing'er. "Young Master Ling, you seem to have been targeted by Tyranny Heavenly Seas." Sun Linchan sighed. Tyranny Heavenly Seas is incomparably tyrannical. They are the classic example of those who obey them prosper, and those who oppose them perish. If you don't obey them, you have to be careful of their revenge. However, they actually sent the crown princess to personally test you. They really think highly of you. You really weren't injured by the sacred sword of the wind demon? In the end, Sun Lingchan suddenly asked. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. A hint of surprise flashed across Sun Lingchan's eyes. The sacred sword of the wind demon was ranked fourth among the 4 prodigies of heavenly seas. However, if they really fought, she and Mu Wanshuang might not be able to win easily. Of course, Tyranny Heavenly Seas was an exception. That guy was so strong that he didn't seem human. Ling Xiao could actually survive the sacred sword of the wind demon. This meant that she, Sun Lingchan, might not be able to control him. Thinking of this, she made some last-minute changes to her original plan. Forcing him became preparing to befriend him. Of course, this still depended on whether Ling Xiao could survive the encirclement of strong enemies. A martial artist from the Sky Dragon continent who was so dazzling in Heavenly Seas City would probably attract a lot of trouble. What's your cultivation like? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He couldn't see through Sun Lingchan's cultivation, so he asked directly. Chapter 1737. Hee, it's stronger than the sacred wind demon's sword. Sun Lingchan didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled and said, You have to be careful of the crown princess. She's as scary as Tianhai Tyranny. She might be weaker in terms of strength, but she's very cunning. Fairy Lingchan is also a smart person. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Sun Lingchan was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. He didn't expect this young man to see through his thoughts. This person didn't cultivate appraisal eye, but his eyesight was terrifying. Goodbye. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned and left the Medicine King Pavilion. His next step was to go to the underground black market arena. It was for the map of the secret realm. Now that he had the pills, he had to get the map of the secret realm. Using both methods, together with the spiritual energy in the White Tiger continent that was much denser than the Divine Phoenix continent, he could definitely increase his cultivation in a short period of time. Not only him, but his comrades also needed to increase their cultivation. Although they couldn't increase their cultivation as quickly and fiercely as him, they might be able to hold their own and not have to worry about him all the time. He didn't dare to say for others, but at the very least, Long Chun could definitely keep up with his cultivation speed. Cold Plum still needed to depend on her luck. If she could successfully obtain the power of the 10,000 Ghost Banner, her cultivation would definitely increase quickly. The underground city was the underground world of Tianhai City. This was a world of chaos but also full of opportunities. Every night, when Heavenly Sea City was quiet, this place would become lively. The entrance to the underground city didn't have any restrictions. It was just a deep tunnel. Ling Xiao found the entrance according to the location on the map and walked in. Brothers, get ready to attack. This kid's clothes aren't bad. He should be rich. Let's snatch his storage ring. There were flickering fireflies in the tunnel. Between the flickering fireflies, many figures could be seen. These were the rats in the tunnel. They were terrifying bandits. They were used to reaping without sowing. They lived in the tunnel all year round and attacked strangers. They would never provoke powerful martial artists. However, they would naturally treat an unfamiliar brat like Ling Xiao, who was only at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm, like a fat sheep. Bandits were not allowed to exist in Heavenly Sea City, and they would be severely punished by the royal family. But the underground city was a chaotic and lawless place, just like the Sin domain. Ling Xiao's exposed cultivation level was at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. He was definitely a top-notch expert in the Dragon Phoenix continent. However, it was different in the White Tiger continent. Martial artists at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm could be seen everywhere. The average strength of this bandit group was around the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. With dozens of people and such a powerful lineup, they thought that victory was already in their grasp. Even the martial artists passing by felt that Ling Xiao would become a nameless corpse in the tunnel tonight. However, what they didn't know was that the bandits had kicked an iron plate. They had encountered a killing god and were destined to suffer misfortune. Ling Xiao had long noticed this group of people. However, he didn't show any signs of slowing down, nor did he draw his sword. Instead, a subtle, blazing light gradually appeared on the surface of his body. The moment he passed through the encirclement, the light suddenly exploded. Then, the surroundings started to burn wildly. This horrifying scene caused many martial artists to tremble uncontrollably. Shrill screams followed one after another. The dozens of pitiful bandits were instantly melted and evaporated by the terrifying heat. Perhaps this was the rumored no corpses. Someone clearly saw the horror and disbelief in the bandits' eyes before they died. Unfortunately, it was already meaningless. What kind of cultivation technique is this? He didn't even attack, but dozens of yin-yang realm martial artists were instantly vaporized. When did such an outstanding martial artist appear in Heavenly Sea City? There were many experts passing by. Many of them were experts who frequently traveled between the underground city and Heavenly Sea City. They and the bandits seemed to know each other. When they saw this scene, they were also shocked. He should be a candidate martial artist for the White Tiger meet. Why would a proper martial artist come to the underground city? Is he going to participate in the underground black market single elimination tournament? It can't be wrong. I've seen candidates participate in the single elimination tournament because they lack money. However, many of them died forever below. If this person participates in the single elimination tournament, how many floors do you think he can reach? He should have no problem reaching the 10th floor. If he's still hiding his strength, he should have no problem reaching the 20th floor. However, if he wants to reach the 30th floor, his life will be in danger. In the underground city single elimination tournament, there would be an arena master on every floor. Challengers could challenge each floor one by one. They had to win consecutively to go up. If they failed, it was very likely that they would die. Of course, if they were strong enough or met a kind arena master, they could still survive. That's right. The underground city's hell tower isn't that easy to climb. Before others understand him, he might be able to win consecutively. However, once others are familiar with his methods, he won't be far from failure. Moreover, the Fan family in charge of the Hell Tower won't allow anyone to win consecutively. Otherwise, their losses will be great. They will definitely send out powerful opponents to stop him. Ever since the Hell Tower opened, only 100 or so people have been able to reach the 30th floor. Only 50 have reached the 40th floor, and less than 30 have reached the 50th floor. The only martial artist who has truly reached the top, which is the 100th floor, seems to be the Crown Prince, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. The key point is that the Hell Tower is very strange. After entering, any treasures are useless. You can only rely on your own strength. Therefore, many martial artists who rely on treasures to win will wither after entering. I heard that recently, a martial artist from a subordinate country came to participate in the White Tiger meet. His name is Ko Xiling. This person has learned a lot and his moves are ever-changing. It's very difficult to see through him. Therefore, he was fortunate enough to reach the 50th floor and become the arena master. There's also a martial artist from the sea race called Lan Jing. This person is quite strange. His appearance is extremely ugly, as if his entire body has been specially modified. He also reached the 40th floor and became the arena master. Don't forget about Fairy Macho from the Jingyi school. She has already reached the 41st floor. Why did someone from the Jingyi school come to Heavenly Ocean City? What's so strange about that? I heard that Fairy Macho is also participating in the White Tiger meet, but recently, she urgently needs a map of the secret realm. This time, she's going for the final reward. That's the reward for reaching the 100th floor. Can she do it? Why not? Fairy Macho is ranked 7th in the Jingyi school and is one of the 7 disciples. Her strength is comparable to the 4 prodigies of Heavenly Ocean City. Chapter 1738. Interesting. Are they all going to fight tonight? Of course. Then let's hurry up. It'll be a waste of time if we miss the exciting battle. After Ling Xiao finished listening to these people's discussion, he followed them forward. He was unfamiliar with the underground city's arena. He didn't expect it to be a tower climb. The rules were simple. When he arrived at the bottom of the Hell Tower, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. The immemorial heavenly devil battle intent in his body was showing signs of baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was as if something in the Hell Tower was summoning it. Perhaps there'll be a different harvest tonight. Ling Xiao was excited. He turned his head and looked at the sign at the entrance of the Hell Tower. It said, "Those who want to climb the tower can enter by paying 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Violators will die." The words were filled with a domineering aura. Compared to the person who carved these words, the person who carved them was also quite powerful. Ling Xiao casually threw 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones into the groove under the racket. Although it was a bit painful, if he could get the map of the secret realm, this trip would be worth it. After stepping into the first floor of the Hell Tower, Ling Xiao was shocked to find that it was filled with people. The ring-shaped auditorium was already filled with people. In the center was a huge battle stage that could be raised and lowered. Everyone could see it clearly. At this moment, deafening roars could be heard from the auditorium. The audience looked very excited. Ling Xiao casually found a secluded spot and stood down. Since there was no place to sit, he didn't want to attract too much attention. At this moment, someone was challenging someone. It was two yin-yang realm experts. This wasn't strange. Anyone who dared to challenge someone in this place was courting death unless they were yin-yang realm experts. The battle between the two quickly ended. A fashionably dressed middle-aged man jumped into the arena and let out a loud and clear voice. "Guanhao wins and successfully becomes the champion of the first floor. In 10 minutes you can challenge him. If you win, you'll receive the 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones you paid. For every floor you climb, you'll receive 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If you successfully become the champion of the 10th floor, you will be able to obtain the champion waist token of the Fan family. As long as a martial artist with this waist token went to the Fan family's business premises, they would be able to enjoy a special discount of at least 10%. 20% off on the 20th floor. 30% discount on the 30th floor. 40% discount on the 40th floor. 50% off on the 50th floor. The discount is huge. It's definitely something you can only dream of." The power of the Fan family was spread throughout the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school. Therefore, obtaining such a champion waist token was definitely a dream of warriors. Moreover, there will be special rewards on the 50th floor. You can choose medicinal pills, magic treasures, martial arts manuals, slaves, and so on. There are more than a dozen types of choices. These words really stirred up the pride of countless people. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but clench his fists. To him, this was definitely an opportunity. Originally, he had only come here for the map of the secret realm. He did not expect to be able to earn spirit stones. He had consumed too many spirit stones these days, and he didn't have time to refine pills to sell. He didn't even have enough for himself. Now that there was such an opportunity, why not take it? As long as he could reach the 50th floor, he could get 500,000 mid-level spirit stones. This was definitely a generous income. 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao was about to go on stage. Suddenly, a figure rushed out beside him. "Guanhao, I'm here to challenge you for the champion position." Ling Xiao glanced at him. This person turned out to be a burly man in his 40s. It seemed that there was no age limit in this challenge tournament. It was estimated that the probability of a master appearing was very high. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. It seemed that if he wanted to climb to the 100th floor, he would have to use some extraordinary means. Otherwise, it would not be easy to rely on his own strength. "Ignorant man, are you ready to die?" Guanhao looked like the kind of Jianghu bandit who killed without batting an eye. He was dressed in rough clothes, and there was a very obvious scar on his eye. His voice was also very fierce and murderous. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Although he knew that it was very likely that he would lose his life in this challenge tournament, since the burly man was already on stage, he naturally couldn't admit defeat. He waved the huge mace in his hand and smashed it toward Guan Hao's head. Bang! Guan Hao held a bloody dagger in his hand. The speed of the dagger was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the dagger had hit the weakest part of the mace. It had actually sent a burly man flying. "You're lucky!" Guan Hao's saber had directly sent the burly man flying. Therefore, although the burly man had failed, he had managed to preserve his life. He could be considered to be very lucky. "Guan Hao wins! I'll give you a cup of recovery medicinal wine. In 10 minutes, the second challenge will begin." The recovery medicinal wine was provided by the Fan family for free. It could restore the champion to his best state in the shortest time. Of course, the prerequisite was that there must be at least 2 champions. "Damn it, this guy is too strong." The burly man returned to Ling Zhao's side, cursing and swearing. He was very unhappy, but he seemed to be glad that he kept his life. Ling Xiao glanced at him. This person's strength was actually not bad, but unfortunately, he was not as good as Guan Hao. "Next, who else wants to challenge the first level? As long as you succeed, you can directly enter the second level and get a free recovery medicinal wine to ensure that your combat strength is not lost," the host said loudly. Ling Xiao would definitely not miss this time. He took a deep breath. Guan Hao's strength was actually not strong, so it was not a problem for him. He was actually worried about whether he could enter the 100th level. 10 minutes later, he broke through the air and went to the arena again. However, at this time, a strong wind suddenly attacked. Someone saw that he jumped out first and tried to attack him from behind to make him fall to the ground. Although it was not full of killing intent, it was vicious. Ling Zhao's face turned cold, and then he turned around and punched, roaring, "Get out of my way!" That person only felt a scorching heat on his face, and then his body flew out and fell to the ground. He did not want to kill Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao did not kill him. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. "Good boy, you have good skills, but it's a pity that you are still not strong enough to challenge Guan Hao." When the burly man who had been defeated by Guan Hao saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Soon after, he muttered to himself, "Guan Hao's blood saber is extremely terrifying. It contains ice-cold saber chi and is extremely powerful. It's simply impossible to block it. Young man, I advise you to go down. You don't look more than 20 years old. It's a pity to die in the arena at such a young age." Guan Hao looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, "No, you can't take my life." Ling Xiao shook his head gently and said, he was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Guan Hao, and there was no need to explain too much. Anyway, he just wanted to fight. Chapter 1739. Haha, as expected of a young man. His blood is boiling, but it's a pity that he doesn't have a strategy. It's hard to accomplish anything with just hot blood. Guan Hao smiled and shook his head. A cold killing intent burst out, enveloping Ling Xiao. At this moment, there were actually 3 beautiful women sitting in the audience seats. "Sister, why did we follow this person here? Is there something about him that's worth your attention?" The woman who asked was wearing men's clothing, delicate and pretty. "Hua, you don't understand. This person is called Ling Xiao. He almost killed the crown princess maid, Shengguan Qinger. He's very powerful." The other woman, who was also dressed in men's clothing, answered before the leader could speak. "Is what you said true, Hua Lu?" Hua asked in surprise. "She's not lying. Why else do you think I'm interested in him? This person is very interesting. I wonder if he can break Tyranny Sky's record," Sun Linchan said with a smile. She had participated in this underground arena before, and the highest record was only the 90th floor. The last 10 floors were a bit special. It didn't rely on strength, but on the versatility of one's abilities. If you were good at formations, talismans, etc., it would be easier to pass. Tyranny Sky was such a well-rounded person. Not only was he domineering, he was strong, and very talented. Even in the entire White Tiger continent, the Crown Prince of Tianhai Empire was definitely in the top 4. No one dared to look down on him. Fairy Lingchan's words are too much. Although that kid seems to be hiding his cultivation, there's no way he can break Tyranny Sky's record. At this moment, another woman's voice sounded. It was the person sitting behind Sun Lingchan. Jun Macho? That person was Fairy Macho, one of the 7 disciples of Jingyi school. Although she was ranked last, even the 4 prodigies of Tianhai didn't dare to look down on her. Fairy Lingchan still recognizes me? Jun Macho smiled. Of course I recognize him. However, Fairy Macho seems to be underestimating him. Perhaps he will soon surpass your current results, Sun Lingchan said indifferently. Is that so? I'll be waiting for him on the 41st floor. I hope he can hurry up. Otherwise, I might be the one to break Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's record. Lord Macho obviously didn't think highly of Ling Xiao. Sun Lingchan smiled and did not say anything else. Instead, he looked back at the arena. The arena was very wide, but it was separated from the audience by a barrier and a gully. This was to protect the safety of the audience. Young man, since you refuse to admit defeat, then tell me your name. I, Guanhao, do not kill nameless people. Guanhao pulled out the bloody dagger and said coldly. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Guanhao indifferently, then turned his head to look at the weapon rack at the edge of the ring. The weapons on it were all very ordinary, but they were relatively tough. According to the rules of the Hell Pagoda, martial artists were not allowed to use magic treasures. In other words, Ice's fury could not be used. All weapons could only be chosen from the weapon rack on the stage. Guanhao's short knife was also chosen from the weapon rack, but it was stained with a lot of blood and looked a little red. No weapons? Guanhao noticed that Ling Xiao glanced at the weapon rack, but he didn't seem to have any intention of taking any weapons. I don't need any to deal with you. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Arrogant! I'll send you to the Western Paradise now! Guanhao was furious. He stepped out with his right foot, and the entire arena shook. The short knife in his hand emitted an icy cold aura, which seemed to make the air in the arena much colder. In an instant, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Ling Xiao in the next moment. The short knife in his hand pierced out, and the terrifying elemental energy fluctuation seemed to make the space in the arena chaotic. It felt as if an iceberg was piercing towards Ling Xiao. Defeat! Ling Xiao opened his mouth gently, and the 100 Heaven Queen Earth cells bloomed. The power of the Heaven Queen Earth wrapped around his arm. He threw out a punch just like that. In the next moment, Guanhao flew out of the arena. You've lost. Ling Xiao withdrew his fist and glanced calmly at Guanhao, who had fallen outside the arena. He didn't kill him because they didn't have a blood feud, so there was no need to kill him. What's going on? Guanhao got up from the ground and looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He didn't see how Ling Xiao attacked. It was really too terrifying. This kid was much more powerful than he had imagined. Someone in the audience had seen Ling Xiao in the tunnel, and he couldn't help but shout. This kid didn't even attack in the tunnel. He killed dozens of Yin-Yang realm bandits with his strange inner energy. Are you talking about the White Wolves bandit gang? That's impossible. The average cultivation base of the White Wolves bandit gang is at the 4th level of Yin-Yang realm. How could he do that? Obviously, most people didn't believe it. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. He'll probably continue to challenge people. Just watch and you'll know. In the arena, the host appeared again and gave Ling Xiao a cup of recovery medicinal wine. After drinking it, his recovery sped up as expected. Young hero, you're really powerful. Will you continue to challenge people? Or will you continue to challenge people after receiving the reward? According to the rules of the Hell Tower, if someone defeated the champion and wanted to continue to challenge people, then the champion could continue to stay in the arena. Continue to challenge people, Ling Xiao said calmly. Okay, young hero, please step onto the 2nd floor's mechanism ladder. Also, if there's anyone who wants to go to the 2nd floor to watch the battle, you'll have to pay 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. The Fan family really knew how to make money. paying 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones just to watch the battle was too much for many martial artists. Of course, Sun Lingchan and Jun Macho didn't care about this little bit of money. They walked up the stairs and entered the second floor. Ling Xiao was sent to the second floor's arena by the mechanism ladder. On the second floor, the rules were different. The audience couldn't challenge people casually. Only martial artists from the previous floor could challenge people. Haha, someone finally came up. Otherwise, I'd be bored to death. The second floor's champion was a young man in blue clothes. He held a long sword in his hand. Of course, it was also a long sword taken from the weapon rack. He stood there like an unsheathed sword. Just by looking at it, he was really powerful. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and shook the long sword in his hand. Are you ready? Ling Xiao nodded, but still didn't take a weapon. The second floor's champion was obviously angered by Ling Xiao's actions. He felt that Ling Xiao was looking down on him. So he stabbed with his sword. This person's sword technique was really good. His attack was swift and fierce, and the angle was tricky. Unfortunately, he met Ling Xiao. Boom! Another punch. Again, he only used the power of 100 Imperial Heaven Queen Earth, and the arena master was blasted off the stage. Chapter 1740. Ling Xiao wouldn't kill anyone unless it was a fight to the death. First, it was easy to make enemies, and second, it was a waste of energy. At this moment, the arena master suddenly understood that it wasn't that Ling Xiao looked down on him, but that he was too weak. What the hell, this guy is so strong. It's so fun to watch. The 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones were well spent. The burly man who thought Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to defeat Guan Hao also came to the second floor to watch the show. Although this guy wasn't strong, he looked like a nouveau riche. He threw down mid-grade spirit stones without batting an eye. Seeing Ling Xiao's strength, he couldn't help but feel excited. Sun Lingchan and Jun Macho's expressions didn't change. If Ling Xiao couldn't even pass the first 10 floors, then he really didn't have the qualifications to participate in the White Tiger meet. Next was the third floor. The fourth floor. The 8th floor. The 9th floor. Ling Xiao only used one punch in all of his battles. There were no variations. His fighting style was so simple that it made one's hair stand on end. But it was also frightening. Fairy Macho, the arena master of the 10th floor, should be your maid, right? Can she stop Ling Xiao? Sun Lingchan suddenly turned to look at Jun Macho. My maid isn't weak. He's dreaming if he thinks he can defeat her with one punch. Unless he shows a new ability, he won't be able to continue. Jun Macho had brought 4 maids and 4 bodyguards to Sky Sea City this time. And these 8 people were all arena masters of the Hell Tower. The weakest one was the arena master of the 10th floor. This guy was clearly looking for trouble. After taking the arena master's seat, he mocked the Sky Sea Empire's martial artists. He seemed very pleased with himself. His ability is stronger than you think. Sun Lingchan smiled. You'll be very surprised. Is that so? My maid has cultivated an extremely profound movement technique. Although her overall strength may not be comparable to this Ling Xiao, if he can't defeat my maid within 100 moves, then he'll have failed the challenge. Jun Macho was still very confident. That's why I'm sure he'll stop here today. However, it's still not bad. For a young man who looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old to be the champion of the 9th floor, it's something to be proud of. Jun Macho looked very proud as he spoke. After all, the Jingyi school was the #1 sect on the White Tiger continent. Even the 4 great empires had to obey the orders of the Pope. Interesting. Where did this kid come from? He has actually already stepped into the 10th level? From the 10th floor onwards, special VIP rooms would be set up for the audience of high status. These VIP rooms could be moved up and down automatically. They could go up and down at will without walking out. This was the privilege of a VIP. There was tea and snacks in the VIP room, and the environment was very comfortable. At this moment, there were 4 people sitting in a VIP room on the 10th floor. The leader was actually the eldest son of the Fan family, Fan Ruohai. The other person was naturally one of the 4 talents of Tiahai, Mu Wenshuang. There were 2 other people sitting across from them. One was the 3rd young master of the Fan family, Fan Wulin. The other was Fan Wulin's friend, an expert from the White Tiger Empire's Dark Shrine, Yin Meng. Although Fan Wulin was not as famous as Fan Ruohai, he did not belong to the 4 talents of Tiahai or the 7 small saints of Tiahai. However, when it came to him, there was no one who did not know him. It was only because he had publicly expressed his disdain for the title of the 7 small saints of Tiahai, and because he could not enter the ranks of the 4 talents, he simply did not want any title. This person was very arrogant. Of course, he had the capital to do so. The one who had just spoken was Yin Meng from the Dark Shrine. Fan Wulin smiled and said, "But this kid is really unlucky. It was not easy to climb to the 10th floor, but he met Jun Mocho's servant girl. That little girl is very strong. Yes, this little servant girl has fought with me before. Although she is not as good as me, her movements are quite strange. Generally, warriors of the same cultivation level as her would find it very difficult. Those with a higher cultivation level than her can't do anything to her. This Ling Xiao is so strong. We can't let him be too proud and think that our Fan family's Hell Tower is easy to climb. It's good to let this servant girl dampen his spirit." Yin Meng thought deeply and said, "And this Ling Xiao actually exposed his strength from the start. In order to achieve a one-hit kill, he probably exploded with all his yin and yang energy. Now that he has kicked an iron plate, it's good to learn a lesson. Otherwise, he will think that there is no one on our White Tiger continent." In Yin Meng's view, Ling Xiao's so-called one-hit kill was completely achieved by exploding with all his strength in an instant. Even if Ling Xiao still had hidden strength, it could not be that strong. He thought that even if Jun Mocho's servant girl could not stop Ling Xiao, she would still make Ling Xiao suffer greatly. However, Fan Ruohai just smiled and said nothing. Mu Wenshuang sneered secretly. The 2 of them had been paying attention to Ling Xiao ever since he stepped onto the 15th floor of the Wonder Tower and killed several White Tiger meat candidates. They knew that Ling Xiao had been able to dodge a move from the sacred sword of the Wind Demon, so he must be very capable. However, they did not know that Ling Xiao's one-hit kill was purely because his opponent was too weak, and he did not want to waste time. Jun Mocho's servant girl was a warrior who used a dagger. Naturally, this dagger was also selected from the weapon rack. Ling Xiao looked at her, and still had no intention of using a weapon. "You'd better get a weapon. Otherwise, if you die, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Jun Mocho's servant girl looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Make your move. You can't kill me." Ling Xiao's words were still the same. Even in the face of the 10th floor's champion, he did not care, and his expression was as indifferent as before. It was as if Jun Mocho's servant girl was still not worth mentioning in his eyes. What an arrogant boy! "Today, I'll let you see the power of our Jingyi school's martial arts." Ling Xiao's tone made the servant girl very angry, and she immediately flew into a rage. Because it seemed that she was being looked down upon by him. This kind of contempt made her extremely unhappy. The martial arts of the Jingyi school formed a system of its own. The moves were quite complicated, but definitely not useless. Every move was very scientific and very necessary. If one succeeded in cultivating it, it would be quite powerful. However, because it was too complicated, most warriors could not master it. Obviously, this servant girl was the same. She had only learned a little bit of the Jingyi school's martial arts. However, even so, it was already very powerful. When this set of dagger martial arts was displayed, coupled with her martial soul, it actually created a strange scene of snow flying all over the sky. This made Ling Xiao think of the swordsmanship he had once cultivated. Although that set of swordsmanship was no longer used, it was still a beautiful memory. The cold sword chi was overwhelming, not giving Ling Xiao any room to dodge. Moreover, these sword chi were full of freezing power, as if they wanted to freeze Ling Xiao's hands and feet. As a result, Ling Xiao could not make a move. Chapter 1741. The sword technique of the Jingyi school is just SOSO. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and then turned his arm into a long sword. Sword intent erupted. He suddenly became interested and wanted to defeat his opponent with his sword technique. And the sword technique he was going to use was the relatively low-level Snow Lotus sword technique that he had previously cultivated. Although the sword technique could no longer adapt to the current battle due to the improvement of his cultivation. But the opponent was weaker. There was no harm in playing. Bastard, how dare you look down on the martial arts of the Jingyi school? The maidservant was even angrier. It's not that I look down on you, but your sword technique is indeed too weak. It's not even as good as my gold-grade martial arts. After saying that, he turned his arm into a long sword and stabbed out. Flying snow. This move was extremely fast. It was not as luxurious as the maidservant's sword technique, but it defeated the enemy with one move. The cold snowflakes flew out and hit the maidservant's shoulder blade directly. Then, an amazing force erupted and the maidservant was knocked out of the arena. Was it over? Looking at the arena dumbfounded, no one could believe such an ending. One move. Another move. Although he had changed his moves, he had indeed defeated the maidservant with one move. Ha, see, Jun Mocho? I've already said that this kid is much more powerful than you think. Your maidservant tried to block his way. You underestimated him too much. In the VIP room, Sun Lingchan was smiling beautifully and was very pleased with herself. It was as if she was the one who had won. Congratulations to Ling Xiao for successfully becoming the champion of the 10th floor. He will receive a waste token. Bing will be rewarded with an additional 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The host stepped onto the arena, raised Ling Xiao's right hand high, and said excitedly, "Interesting, I misjudged him. This person actually has some skills, but unfortunately his sword technique is too weak. He won't be able to go far." Fan Wolin was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. He still didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. Yin Meng also smiled and said, "If he can continue to go up, he will encounter the place I am guarding. Then he will really be unlucky." As a martial artist of the Dark God Palace, it was impossible for Yin Meng to not know Ling Xiao. He had a special feeling of enmity towards Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had uprooted the Dark God Hall's forces in the Divine Phoenix continent. According to the rules of the Hell Tower, every 10 floors had half an hour to an hour of rest time. During this period of time, the other high-level arena masters would be challenging each other, so the audience would not feel bored. Ling Xiao was also fortunate enough to watch the battle of Jun Macho, one of the 7 disciples of the Jingyi school, as the champion of the 10th floor. Jun Macho was originally the champion of the 41st floor. While he was resting, he actually obtained consecutive victories and stepped into the 47th level in one go. Only the first 2 floors were left before reaching the 50th floor. The 50th floor was a huge hurdle. It meant a huge breakthrough. Not only could one obtain a lot of rewards, but it could also be considered a huge honor. On the 48th floor, Jun Macho met a very difficult opponent. This person was around 50 years old. His talent wasn't very good, but because of his age, his strength wasn't weak. He seemed to be good at fire-type internal energy. Even his martial soul was a flaming sword. Fortunately, although the weapons on the weapon rack weren't magic weapons, they were more durable and didn't break easily. Otherwise, with his internal energy, he probably wouldn't even be able to use weapons. Facing this person, Jun Macho really didn't have it easy. He actually used as many as 50 moves to finally defeat him. In the end, Jun Macho was also a genius. The martial arts of the Jingyi school were indeed very powerful and not so easy to deal with. Interestingly, Jun Macho seemed to have comprehended something in this battle. He easily won the next 49th and 50th floors. He became the champion of the 50th floor. As for the original champion, Ko Xiling, it was even more ridiculous. When Jun Macho was fighting, he also began to challenge and became the champion of the 60th floor. Ling Xiao regretted not watching his battle. However, since he was going to challenge the 100th floor, he would probably meet this person sooner or later, so he didn't care too much. Young Master Ling, it's time for the break. Do you plan to continue challenging? The host asked with a smile. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. However, once he started challenging, he couldn't stop anymore. Damn, who is this Ling Xiao? He has already reached the 19th floor. If he goes up, it will be the 20th floor. Is this guy going to defy the heavens? And from the 11th floor onwards, he defeated one person with one punch. I really don't understand. The martial artist guarding the 20th floor had a little relationship with Ling Xiao because he was the senior brother of Guan Hao, the champion of the first floor. Moreover, it was said that the moves he used were the same as Guan Hao's, but his saber was faster, fiercer, and more ruthless. Guan Hao lost, but I won't. It seemed that this senior brother was indeed stronger than Guan Hao. However, Ling Xiao still shook his head and sighed. He was a little disinterested. One punch is enough to deal with you. Ling Xiao was not looking down on his opponent, but the opponent at this stage was too weak. If it were Jun Mocho or Ko Xiling, he would be able to pick up his spirit and fight. But now, he really wasn't in the mood. You are indeed very arrogant. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, senior brother Guan Hao didn't want to continue. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was an arrogant fellow from head to toe. Only by using the saber in his hand could he convince the other party. Quick saber, flash! Senior brother Guan Hao's saber was really fast. It looked like an ordinary move, but in his hands, it was much stronger than Guan Hao's. In the void, saber light flashed, and the saber edge reached Ling Xiao's chest in an instant. Interesting move. I can let you have two moves first. Ling Xiao, who was attracted by senior brother Guan Hao's saber skill, didn't make a move. Instead, he flashed and appeared at the side. He said indifferently. For him, a fight that could help him improve his strength was worth spending some time on. Senior brother Guan Hao's saber skill was actually useful for his sword skill. He could take a look. What a terrifying body movement! Senior brother Guan Hao was stunned for a moment. Then, a martial soul appeared behind him. It was a pair of strange wings. It wasn't a pair of wings, but a martial soul. The moment the martial soul appeared, senior brother Guan Hao was obviously faster. The second saber was even fiercer and faster. However, when the saber slashed out, it couldn't move. Ling Xiao clamped the saber blade with 2 fingers, making it impossible for the saber to move. 2 moves have passed. Lose. It was still a punch, but different from before on the 10th floor. Ling Xiao used the power of 200 Emperor Earth. Senior brother Guan Hao's flying movement was almost exactly the same as Guan Hao's. He was also defeated very easily. He was also completely defeated. After falling to the ground, he couldn't resist at all. Cries of surprise came from the audience. Ling Xiao's performance today was truly an eye-opener for them. Chapter 1742. Ling Xiao easily defeated senior brother Guan Hao and became the champion of the 20th floor. This shocked many spectators. In the VIP room, Fan Ruohai and Mu Wenshuang's expressions didn't change. However, Yin Meng from the Dark God Hall frowned. This Ling Xiao is more difficult to deal with than I thought. This person's movement technique is so terrifying. Coupled with his terrifying strength, it's really not easy to deal with him. Scared? Fan Ruolin smiled. Actually, fast movement techniques are meaningless in the arena. Your martial soul is specialized in restraining martial artists with fast movement techniques. Then, you just need to use your long-range attacks to exhaust him and prevent him from getting close to you. Then, his monstrous strength will be useless. Young Master Fan, you're joking. Why would I be afraid of him? I just feel that he's more powerful than I thought. As long as he can reach the 30th floor, I'll cripple him. Yin Meng licked his lips and revealed a cruel smile. After defeating Guan Hao's senior brother, Ling Xiao stepped into the 20th floor. In addition to the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones that he was supposed to get from the 10th floor to the 20th floor, He also got an extra 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones as a reward. According to the rules, the extra reward for every 10th floor would increase greatly. The 10th floor was 10,000. The 20th floor was 100,000. The 30th floor was 200,000. And so on. In fact, apart from the 10th floor to the 20th floor, it was equivalent to an extra 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones for every 10th floor. If one could reach the 100th floor, or if there were special circumstances, the reward would become high-grade spirit stones. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. It was an astronomical figure. High-grade spirit stones were not mid-grade or low-grade spirit stones. They were almost impossible to find in transactions. Even in the Immortal Lyceum, they were still precious spirit stones. They were an urgent necessity for cultivation. Just as Ling Xiao was resting, in the VIP room where Fan Rahai was, an old man said respectfully, "Eldest young master, third young master, you've seen it. This kid has challenged the 20th floor consecutively. He's very strong. Do you want to stop him? After all, he's only a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent. If he wins too many times, I'm afraid it will affect the reputation of the White Tiger continent. It's not worth it. The 30th floor is Yin Mang. He can't pass it." Fan Wulin waved his hand and said, "Now you should be concerned about Ko Xiling and Jun Macho. Ko Xiling has already reached the 60th floor. Jun Macho also reached the 50th floor. Can the arena master above do it? If not, we can switch to our own people to stop him. No one will know anyway. Let's do as third young master says." Fan Rahai smiled slightly and said, "As for Ko Xiling and Jun Macho, there is no need to deliberately block them." The higher he went, the stronger the champion was. Ko Xiling's limit was estimated to be the 70th floor. This person's level was about the same as the 7 little saints of the heavenly ocean. As for that Jun Macho, he is even more difficult to deal with than Ko Xiling. I estimate that he can reach the 80th floor, or even the 89th floor. This subordinate understands. The elder retreated. Since the eldest and third young masters felt that there was no need to stop these 3 people, then he would do as they said. After all, the current champion of the 90th floor was Sun Lingchan, one of the 4 prodigies of Tianhai. Whether it was Ko Xiling or Jun Macho, it was unlikely that they could defeat her. As for that Ling Xiao, it was still too early. Ling Xiao didn't know that he had become a very eye-catching existence in the Hell Tower. Many people were watching him, wanting to know how far he could go. Moreover, he didn't need to know. This time, he only had one goal, and that was to reach the 100th floor. No matter what method he used, he had to obtain the map of this secret realm. While Ling Xiao was resting, Jun Macho and Ko Xiling started their challenge. Just as Fan Rohai expected, Jun Macho encountered a very terrifying obstruction on the 70th floor. His opponent was actually the 3rd young master of the Fan family, Fan Wulin. This Fan Wulin's methods were simply unfathomable. After fighting for 200 rounds, Ko Xiling was defeated in the end. He had no choice but to temporarily stay on the 69th floor. Haha, I haven't been challenged in a long time. This Ko Xiling is really not bad. To be able to fight me for 200 rounds, he should be the strongest challenger in the Hell Tower this month, right? Fan Wulin said with a smile after returning to the VIP room. In fact, he could continue to challenge, but he chose not to. It was more fun to stay on the 70th floor and abuse people. Don't forget, there is still Jun Macho, Fan Rohai reminded. Fan Wulin smiled and said, "Although Jun Macho is powerful, he may not be able to defeat Ko Xiling." His insight was not bad. Jun Macho easily passed all the rounds. When he met Ko Xiling, it could be said that he met his match. After fighting for more than 500 rounds, he finally defeated Ko Xiling. But she was also exhausted. At this time, the recovery wine's effect was not so good, so she had to rest for a long time. Ko Xiling went down 1 floor and became the champion of the 68th floor. In this way, the 68th, 69th, and 70th floors were simply terrifying. 3 people in a row, all of them were super strong. But then again, after the 50th floor, there were basically no weak people. The reason why Ko Xiling and Jun Macho could go up one step was because they were stronger. While the 2 of them were resting, Ling Xiao went up again and continued to challenge people. From the 21st floor to the 29th floor, Ling Xiao basically didn't bat an eyelid and easily defeated his opponents with one punch. At this time, outside the Hell Pagoda, many martial artists who had just arrived were discussing a matter. Did you hear? There's a kid from the Dragon Phoenix continent who defeated all his opponents from the 1st floor to the 20th floor in one move. He's too powerful. Bragging. I'm not bragging. I just got the latest news. He has already reached the 30th floor and still defeated his opponents with one move. But this time, the champion is more troublesome. It's Yin Mang from the Dark God Palace. Yin Mang? That White Tiger Empire's Yin Mang? Yeah, who else could it be? I heard that his hidden weapons come and go like ghosts. It's simply impossible to guard against. I don't know if this Ling Xiao can continue his miracles. It's useless to talk about it here. Let's go and watch. A group of people rushed into the Hell Pagoda. After paying enough spirit stones, they came to the 30th floor to watch the battle. At this time, Yin Mang had already entered the arena. Ling Xiao on the other side was still barehanded. He didn't have any intention of drawing his sword. Yin Mang didn't talk nonsense because he wanted nothing more than for Ling Xiao to look down on him. Whoosh! 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 A hidden weapon pierced through the air. It wasn't a magic treasure, but a hidden weapon made with a martial soul. His martial soul was actually a huge spider. Ling Xiao had encountered such a martial soul when he was in the Yuehua school. Moreover, that martial soul seemed to be the queen of spiders, which was even stronger than this spider martial soul. However, the martial artist who used the queen of spiders was too weak and couldn't be compared to Yin Mang. Yin Mang was a yin-yang realm expert. That martial artist was only in the martial vein realm. Chapter 1743. The hidden weapons released by Yin Mang were the mucus spat out by the martial soul spider. As the mucus flew through the air, it quickly solidified and there were special patterns on it. It looked very strange. When the hidden weapons broke through the air, the spider webs had already covered the entire stage. Ling Xiao had no place to hide. This was also the reason why Fan Roland said that Ling Xiao's movement technique would be useless. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao did not dodge. He only looked at the hidden weapons coming from all directions and asked. That's right. You destroyed the foundation of our Dark God Hall in the Divine Phoenix continent. I must kill you, Yin Mang said coldly. If you want to kill me, you better be prepared to be killed. I will definitely not show mercy. Ling Xiao's body suddenly flickered with light. In an instant, the high temperature caused the spider webs to burn. And the hidden weapons that flew over were also instantly melted by the terrifying high temperature. Good kid, you do have some skills. It seems that I have underestimated you. But that was just the appetizer. If you can't even block my hidden weapons, then you don't have the qualifications for me to use my full strength. Yin Mang sneered. The originally ordinary spider webs were instantly broken and replaced by scarlet-red spider webs. These spider webs were of the fire attribute. Even Ling Xiao's high temperature was unable to melt them. Use my full strength? You seem to have forgotten that I haven't made my move yet. Ling Xiao glanced at Yin Mang. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura was released. A terrifying shadow appeared on his body. That was not a martial soul phantom. It was a terrifying demonic shadow formed by the murderous aura. In that instant, Yin Mang's body trembled. He actually had the thought of retreating. Murderous aura into a demon! I didn't expect your murderous aura to have evolved to such a terrifying stage. This is something that even many of our White Tiger Continent's Dark God Hall's gold medal assassins can't do. Murderous aura oppressing the enemy, murderous aura condensing, murderous aura dense, murderous aura into a demon. This was the Dark God Hall's definition of the 4 stages of murderous aura. Martial artists in the outside world were not familiar with this, but this did not affect the strength of their murderous aura. Murderous Aura Demon was the highest level of murderous aura in the Dark God Palace. Yin Meng didn't expect Ling Xiao to be a self-taught genius. Without anyone's guidance or learning any secret manuals, he could reach such a level. He even sighed in his heart. If only Ling Xiao was a martial artist of the Dark God Palace. But sighing wouldn't make him feel pity. The Dark God Palace had to be avenged. Facing Ling Xiao's murderous aura, Yin Meng's expression became serious. He took 4 or 5 steps back to lessen the pressure on him. Then, a terrifying yin-yang origin energy surged out of his hands. In that instant, the yin and yang essence energy actually condensed into a strange spider. The ferocious spider bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its huge lantern-like eyes stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. Dark purple poisonous fog filled the air, forming strange small whirlwinds. Poison-killing palm, venomous spider! Rumble! Just as Yin Meng unleashed his killing move, Ling Xiao's fist also blasted over. This fist contained 300 royal heaven-earth power. Its explosive power was absolutely shocking. The green light constantly tore those spider webs and whirlwinds apart. Golden light wrapped around the fist, constantly increasing its strength and defense. The power of the Royal Heaven Queen of Earth was truly a set of perfect fusion powers. After the terrifying poisonous whirlwinds were torn apart by the fist, they splattered out in all directions of the ring. The host in midair had a solemn expression. He hurriedly used his movement technique to dodge continuously. The ring was built with special materials. But at this time, it was corroded by this poisonous whirlwind until it was full of holes. Looking carefully at those corroded areas, the deepest part was actually a full 4 to 5 meters deep. This was just the sputtering from the attack. If really touched by the poisonous whirlwind, one would probably turn into white bones instantly. This Yin Meng's strength was really much stronger than the previous 29 people. Ling Xiao even felt that even if this guy wanted to continue advancing, it would be very easy. He didn't know why he kept staying on the 30th level. But now wasn't the time to think about this. Bang! The poisonous spider collided together with Ling Xiao's fist with a loud bang. In just an instant, that enormous spider seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, being beaten until its body was distorted, wailing miserably repeatedly. The scene was very strange for a moment. I don't believe that this punch of yours can defeat me. Get lost from me. Yin Meng was unwilling to let Ling Xiao get close because what he was skilled in was hidden weapon techniques. Even the poison-killing palm was also a long-range attack martial technique. Being approached by Ling Xiao at this time, he was clearly a little flustered. Hence, in his panic, he actually urged the yin-yang essence energy to 100% instantly. In that instant, the originally distorted and deformed poisonous spider recovered to its original appearance anew. Not just that, that spider actually looked like it was real. The venom dripping from the corners of the spider's mouth onto the ground could actually really corrode and penetrate the ground directly. Exterminate! Ling Xiao's expression did not change. It was just that on his fist, he added another 100 Royal Heaven-Earth power. 400 Royal Heaven-Earth power cells released horrifying power. Bang! That poisonous spider was finally completely shattered by one punch. The remnant fist force slammed onto Yin Meng's body, blasting Yin Meng back repeatedly. It was a pity that the majority of the fist force was already exhausted by that poisonous spider. Hence, it should be very hard for this punch to knock Yin Meng out of the arena. Of course, Ling Xiao did not plan on doing that either. Because Yin Meng was different from others. This guy wanted to kill him, then he would counter-kill him. If he was knocked out of the arena, the battle would also be over. Terrifying fellow, this punch should be your strongest attack, right? Very good, I'll make you thoroughly despair today. Yin Meng, who was standing at the edge of the arena, actually had both hands trembling non-stop. That bizarre fist force still made him suffer the torment of pain at this time. It was like maggots latching onto bones, truly terrifying. but he remained tough on the surface. Ling Xiao looked at Yin Mang calmly and said with a smile, "That palm just now, you used 100% yin yang essence energy. Honestly speaking, if your ability is limited to this, best get lost quickly. You can still preserve your little life. I admit that I did use 100% yin yang essence energy just now. But that move was not my strongest martial technique. If you think that you can be compared to me with just that punch, then you're still ignorant. Then you're still too ignorant." As he spoke, Yin Mang swallowed a pill. He could clearly feel his yin-yang essence energy recovering at an accelerated rate. The Hell Tower did not allow the use of magic treasures, but it did not prohibit the use of pills and special foods. This Fan clan was really smart. One had to know that their Fan clan controlled close to 1/3 of the medicine market in the 4 great empires, as well as close to 90% of the special foods market. The other 2/3 of the medicine market was pretty much split between the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. It could be said that the other medicine merchants only had a very small share of the market. Chapter 1744. In this underground world, the Fan family's medicine market share was as high as 90%. Basically, martial artists who needed to buy pills and special food would choose them. Allowing them to use pills and special food was actually just to promote their products. "Am I ignorant?" Ling Xiao smiled and said. "So you still have a trump card?" "Of course. I originally wanted to let you die quickly, but since you don't know what's good for you, I can only go all out and let you die without a complete corpse. You will die under the most painful torture." As he spoke, Yin Mang's aura became stronger and stronger. His terrifying aura continued to rise as more and more poisonous whirlwinds formed around his body. These poisonous whirlwinds could not only be used for defense, but also for attack. They were definitely the best weapons for him. However, this was not his killing move. That punch from Ling Xiao just now really made him feel incomparably shocked. However, he was not afraid. One had to know that if Yin Mang was under 30 years old, he would be at least at the level of the 7 small saints of Tianhai. He only admired the 4 prodigies of Tianhai and the genius of the Dark God Hall. Dark God Yu. He was the strongest genius of the Dark God Hall, and also someone who was about to participate in the White Tiger meet. He was definitely in the top 3 of the White Tiger Empire. Moreover, Dark God Yu was the young master of the Dark God Hall. If the young master knew that Yin Mang was killed by Ling Xiao, a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent, even if his corpse was sent back to the Dark God Hall, it would be fed to the fish. Because it was too embarrassing. Moreover, he still had his strongest move that he had yet to use. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could block it. Looking at Yin Mang, Ling Xiao felt that this person really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. A cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Since Yin Mang wanted to die, he could not blame him. He did not have to be enemies with the Dark God Hall, but if they wanted to kill him, he had no reason to retreat. "Then I'll let you use your last move, and then you'll die convinced." Ling Xiao's words made Yin Mang's face even darker. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. "Good, you're really arrogant. However, it's a pity that you won't have any more chances now that I've used this move." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly appeared on the stage. It was a gust of wind that was filled with poison. Many of the spectators in the front row hurriedly used their moves to block the poison fog. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood in the middle of the poisonous fog and breathed freely as if he didn't care about it at all. Behind Yin Mang, the giant spider martial soul arrived in front of him and merged with his yin-yang origin energy. A terrifying aura was constantly being released. "This is my ultimate move, Yin Mang." The most terrifying thing was that as the giant spider flew, its abdomen split open, and a large number of small spiders fell to the ground like ants. They formed a black mass and surrounded Ling Xiao. At the same time, countless silk threads shot towards Ling Xiao, entangling Ling Xiao. There was no way for him to dodge. "Haha, Ling Xiao is finished." In the VIP room, Fan Wolin clapped his hands and laughed. If he didn't let Yin Meng use this move and admitted defeat, he might have a chance to survive. But now, he's definitely going to die. The Dark God Hall's ultimate move, combined with the giant spider martial soul, is really difficult to deal with. Even I find it difficult to deal with. Fan Wolin did not know why, but he always had an inexplicable hostility towards Ling Xiao. Of course, it could also be because Yin Meng was one of his people. So, he definitely did not want Yin Meng to lose to Ling Xiao. Moreover, at this moment, it was obvious that Yin Meng had the absolute advantage in the battle. He could almost see Ling Xiao's tragic death. In the other VIP room, Jun Macho also laughed. Seems like this is the end for Ling Xiao. I say, Fairy Lingchan, I'm afraid he won't be able to fight with me. The battle hasn't ended yet. Why do you have to come to a conclusion so early? Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face? Sun Lingchan smiled slightly. Ling Xiao's life and death did not have much to do with her. Because even if Ling Xiao died, she could still get back the 20 dragons' blood grass. But at this moment, she was very confident in Ling Xiao. This was because she had thought of the move that Ling Xiao had used against Shangguan Qinger back at the Medicine King Pavilion. If that move was used, Yin Meng would be the one to die. But why didn't he use it? To be honest, Sun Lingchan was also a little confused. Ha ha ha, Fairy Lingchan, could it be that you have taken a fancy to that kid? You actually think so highly of him. It's a pity that he's only of such standard. Even if you think highly of him, it's meaningless. Jun Macho mocked. Sun Lingchan did not say anything and continued to look at the arena calmly. Perhaps after this move, the outcome would be decided. It was obvious who would live and who would die. The rest of the audience also cheered loudly. Most of the audience here were martial artists from the White Tiger continent. Looking on helplessly as a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent flaunted his might here, they had long been displeased in their hearts. Now that Yin Meng had appeared and blocked Ling Xiao's path, it was obvious that he was about to win. To them, this was definitely a huge blessing. They really could not wait to see Ling Xiao lose. In the arena, time seemed to have stopped. Ling Xiao was wrapped in countless spider webs, and a black mass of spiders was approaching along the spider webs. From an outsider's point of view, he was a delicacy in the spiders' stomachs. It was impossible to turn the tables. The Dark God Palace's martial arts really have many tricks. Combining martial soul to fight, it's even harder to deal with than ordinary martial arts. Ling Xiao stood there with a calm expression, as if the danger in front of him was not worth mentioning at all. Instead, he even comprehended some things from this Yin Meng's attack. It was this kind of crazy learning consciousness that allowed his battles to often integrate the advantages of many martial arts. In this aspect, many people could not compare to him. However, in front of him, it was still nothing. 400 Emperor Earth Empress. It was still just a punch. Ling Xiao did not plan to use any other moves. A terrifying green light was released, and the spider webs wrapped around his body broke inch by inch. After that, Ling Xiao, who regained his freedom, blasted out a terrifying punch. Immediately, the entire arena was stirred up by a gust of wind, and the yellow soil flew. In the blink of an eye, all the spiders were naturally gone. The arena that was originally filled with spider webs and spiders actually became empty at this time. Only Ling Xiao and Yin Meng were still standing there. And Ling Xiao's fist was still moving forward. This is impossible! How can Yin Meng's ultimate move be broken so easily? Inside the VIP room, Fan Wolin directly jumped up from his chair, looking at the scene on the arena in astonishment. Completely unable to believe what his eyes saw. Chapter 1745. Jun Macho's hands were gripping the seat tightly, and her face was filled with disbelief. Sun Linchan smiled and said, Fairy Macho, I've disappointed you again. Hee hee. In fact, even she was a little shocked. She thought that Ling Xiao would solve the problem with his powerful sword, but she did not expect that Ling Xiao could solve the problem with just a punch. What did that mean? It probably meant that Ling Xiao's strength was much more than that. This guy. No wonder Shangguan Qinga was so passive. It seemed that it was not a coincidence. Impossible! Impossible! How could you break my ultimate move so easily? Yin Meng's body kept retreating, trying to avoid Ling Xiao's fierce punch. Before the punch arrived, the terrifying wind had already whistled. Yin Meng's face was filled with horror. In front of him, there was only the terrifying punch. If he did not escape now, he would die. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao would definitely not show mercy. At this moment, the only way to save his life was to escape from the arena. As for his face, he did not care anymore. Compared to his face, his life was more important. Run! At this moment, Yin Meng did not care about anything else. Using all his remaining inner strength, he leaped down from the arena. However, Ling Xiao's punch was faster than his speed. Kill! In the void, a huge shadow of a fist appeared, and then crazily rushed out, hitting Yin Meng's body. The terrifying fist force completely shattered the Yin light into powder, leaving not a single trace behind. Not only that, even half of the shattered arena was destroyed by the energy of the punch. The audience was silent for a long time. It was not until a few minutes later that someone shouted, "Oh my God, it's too terrifying! The power of this punch is obviously much stronger than before. This is a martial artist who destroys everything. Almost scared me to death, my little heart." The host couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He knew very well what kind of material the arena was made of, yet it was actually blasted into smithereens by a single punch from this person. Just how terrifying was this guy's fist strength? However, in the VIP room, Fan Wolin revealed a sinister smile. "Those who killed my people deserve to die. Third young master, are you confident in defeating him?" Mu Wanshuang suddenly asked. "Of course I'm confident. I'm afraid that this punch of his has already revealed all of his trump cards. What else could be more shocking?" Fan Wolin glanced at Mu Wanshuang and said coldly. Mu Wanshuang was only Fan Rahai's maidservant. However, this woman was scheming and powerful. She was also favored by Fan Rahai. Even he, the third young master of the Fan family, did not dare to offend her. In another VIP room, Sun Linchan smiled and said, "How is it, Fairy Macho? This kid has already won 30 consecutive matches and has become the champion of the 30th floor. Are you still looking down on him? Humph, a brat who only knows how to use brute force. What's so great about him?" Jun Macho said disdainfully. "There's something I have to remind Fairy Macho. This person is best at swordsmanship, not fists," Sun Linchan said with a smile. "What? Do you mean that he's still hiding his strength?" Jun Macho could not help but be moved this time. "Perhaps. Anyway, I've seen his brilliant sword move. It's really impressive. Moreover, he's only 17 years old. This kind of genius is probably not inferior to you, Jun Macho. Do you think that he's a genius on the same level as the 7 little saints of Tianhai?" Jun Macho asked with a frown. "No, he's at least on the same level as Water Shensi. Among the 7 little saints of Tianhai, only Water Shensi and Xiao Budian can defeat him. The rest of them can't." Sun Linchan shook her head and said, "You're exaggerating. Then let me see how far he can go." Jun Macho was full of fighting spirit. She would not underestimate Ling Xiao now, but she still did not think that Ling Xiao could be her opponent. "But sister, don't you think that this person is a little too arrogant and flamboyant? It's his first time challenging the Hell Pagoda, and he wants to continue fighting. Moreover, every move he makes is so domineering." Hua Hua frowned and asked Sun Linchan, "Flamboyant?" Sun Linchan only smiled noncommittally and did not answer. On the stage, Ling Xiao felt a little wrong. In fact, from the beginning of the battle until now, he had not even used 30% of his combat strength. He had only used the power of the Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen. At most, he had only used 300 Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen. As a matter of fact, his royal heaven-earth power had already reached 600 points. Not to mention, his light shadow profound was the most terrifying killing move. The combination of his various martial souls was simply impossible to guard against. And the most powerful martial soul, the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He suppressed all of this and did not use it because there was an even stronger opponent ahead of him. Unfortunately, the audience did not know. They felt that he was too flamboyant. It was really helpless. If he really made a move, even if there were 10 rays, he would definitely kill them instantly. Why would he need to fight like this? In the following battle, Ling Xiao brought an even more shocking side to the audience. From the 30th to the 40th floor, he had used the Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen fist with 300 Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen. It was simple. He won all the way in a domineering manner. This made everyone in the audience stand dumbfounded. Of course, during this process, Lan Jing, who was originally the 40th floor's champion, had already reached the 60th floor and became the champion of the 60th floor. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not encounter this enemy that he had known before. Lan Jing was an enemy that he had encountered on the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island. However, Lan Jing's cultivation was only at the first level of the yin-yang realm back then. The current Lan Jing was obviously very different from before. He seemed to have been turned into a war puppet by someone. While his strength had skyrocketed, only his consciousness remained. And that was revenge. Lan Jing only knew that he had an enemy called Ling Xiao. He only knew that he had to kill Ling Xiao. He's already the champion of the 40th floor. How much potential does this guy have? He's still fighting one person with one punch? Haha, in every battle he solves the problem with one punch. I can't tell that he used his inner strength at all. That's why he didn't choose to rest for such a long time, right? However, it's troublesome above the 60th floor. He has to continuously encounter Lan Jing, Ko Xiling, Jun Macho, and Fan Wulin. I'm afraid he won't be so lucky. That was what the audience thought. However, they were still looking forward to it. Then, in their anticipation, Ling Xiao used the 400 Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen fist with the Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen fist to fight his way to the 50th floor and defeated the champion of the 50th floor. The entire process looked so easy. Not even a drop of sweat fell from Ling Xiao's forehead. In the VIP room, Fan Wulin's expression turned ugly. Did I really misjudge him? This kid is much stronger than I imagined? Thinking of this, Fan Wulin felt uncomfortable in his heart. He couldn't accept that he had made an error in judgment. Chapter 1746. Third young master, why are you so nervous? I bet that he won't reach the 70th floor. Don't forget about the 3 people before him. It's an insurmountable gap. Especially Jun Macho, Fairy Macho. Third young master, do you think that kid can beat her? The elder in charge of the Hell Tower was high and mighty in front of others, but he was naturally very humble in front of the Fan family's young master. Ha, you're right. Let's just sit here and watch the show. Fan Wulin seemed to be relieved as he laughed. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening in the VIP room. He was currently calculating the spirit stones he had earned from fighting for so long. From the first floor to the 50th floor, the normal income was 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. There were also many special income. 500,000, 400,000, 300,000, 200,000, 100,000, and 10,000. In total, he had earned 51 million mid-grade spirit stones. Until now, he had earned a total of 201 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was much easier than selling pills to earn spirit stones. Not to mention, after the 50th floor, he could choose a special prize for every floor. Ling Xiao chose the Fan family's special delicacy, the 500-year-old ice fire fruit, on the 50th floor. After obtaining it, he ate it immediately. The moment he ate it, he felt the energy in his body jump as if he was about to break through again. The effect is still a little weak. I need another one, and I'll probably be able to break through to the peak of the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. Ling Xiao didn't need to accumulate energy now. This was because his body was constantly accumulating energy. Even the energy absorbed by the Blood-Soul Talisman was constantly entering his body. He only needed to find the opportunity to break through. That kind of bitter cultivation didn't seem to suit him anymore. That was why he kept looking for battles. Only battles could stimulate the potential and energy in his body and awaken the dormant cells. Let the battles be more intense. Ling Xiao had a feeling that there was something in the Hell Tower that was very beneficial to him. The energy that was very compatible with the primordial heavenly demon was definitely not fake. His feeling was very real. The following battles were very easy until he reached the 60th floor. Ling Xiao used 500 Imperial Heaven Queen of Earth powers and fought his way to the 60th level, where he encountered the blue whale. Currently, Lan Jing's cultivation base was at the peak of the 7th level of Yin Yang realm. This made Ling Xiao very confused. After all, this person's cultivation was only at the 1st level of the Yin Yang realm when he fought against him on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. After careful observation, he discovered that the blue whale was no longer human-like from the inside out. This was the result of the fusion of a 7th-level Yin-Yang realm demonic beast and a martial artist. Seeing the confrontation between Ling Xiao and the blue whale, Fan Wolin smiled as he sipped his tea. Judging from the current situation, Ling Xiao's cultivation base is probably at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang stage at most. However, this fellow possesses brute force and can challenge those of a higher level. He was definitely a genius. However, it's a pity that he's facing a 7th-level Yin-Yang realm blue whale. Moreover, it's a killing machine with only the desire for revenge. Third young master is right. Even if Ling Xiao wins by luck, he'll consume a lot of energy. Even if he drinks the recovery wine, he won't be able to recover in a short time. Therefore, he'll have to announce that he'll stop the challenge. Otherwise, he'll definitely lose in the next battle and won't even be able to reach Ko Xilin's level. The Hell Tower manager said with a smile. It looks like he's in the bag. It's already a miracle for a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent to reach the 60th floor. We definitely can't let him continue to be arrogant. Otherwise, the White Tiger continent's martial artists will lose face. Fan Wolin nodded and said with a smile. Fan Ruohai did not look at his third brother. He only looked at the arena outside the window. Ling Xiao's performance had refreshed his expectations again and again. He wanted to rope this person in more and more now. Even if it was for this person, he would not hesitate to give away his most beloved maidservant, Mu Wenshuang. However, whether Ling Xiao had the qualifications to do so, he still had to wait and see. At the very least, Ling Xiao had to be stronger than Mu Wenshuang to be qualified to get Mu Wenshuang. Otherwise, what right did he have? The battle on the 60th floor soon kicked off. Many people had prepared snacks and were ready to watch a wonderful battle. Because in everyone's opinion, Ling Xiao would not be able to defeat Lan Jing as easily as he did in the previous battles. At the very least, he would have to fight for 500 to 600 rounds. If there were no snacks to accompany him, it would be too boring. However, as soon as the battle began, everyone who had just eaten a mouthful of snacks spat them out. Damn it! How could he toy with people like this? And it was only one move. Ling Xiao defeated Lan Jing more easily than he had defeated any other martial artist before. Because this kind of fused monster had two obvious flaws. It was impossible for it to escape his Tai Chi. Once he found a flaw, he moved in front of Lan Jing in a flash and punched out. The battle ended just like that. You are persistent enough to take revenge. Although I don't know who transformed you into this ghost, I think only death can set you free. Ling Xiao sighed. The hatred on the fairy island of the Sacred Dynasty was actually not that serious. So this time, instead of saying that he wanted to kill Lan Jing, it was better to say that he wanted to set this guy free. It was really painful to live like this every day, either a human nor a ghost. Because Ling Xiao had killed Lan Jing with one punch, the audience fell into a short silence. After a while, it exploded like a volcano eruption. However, more people were cursing Ling Xiao than cheering for Ling Xiao. It was still the same sentence as before. The martial artists of the White Tiger continent really did not want to see the martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix continent so complacent in the Hell Tower. I didn't expect this guy to defeat Lan Jing so easily. Yeah, this year, only Ko Xiling and Jun Macho can reach the 60th floor. All the other champions have successfully defended their title before. Could it be that this Ling Xiao is actually a powerful existence like Ko Xiling and Jun Macho? Why think so much now? Anyway, Ling Xiao will soon face Ko Xiling. The battle between these two will tell us whether Ling Xiao has the ability to be on par with Ko Xiling and Jun Macho. I think Ling Xiao may not be able to meet Ko Xiling. After the 60th floor, each opponent is stronger than the last. It's not that I look down on him, but it's really difficult. That's right. After all, this kid is just a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent. How strong can he be? I don't believe it. You don't believe it, but I do. I think he is stronger than Ko Xiling. There was also a debate in the audience, and this debate would probably continue until Ling Xiao was defeated. Some people bet that Ling Xiao would win, and some people bet that Ling Xiao would lose. This was the fun of the competition. Chapter 1747. Usually, the number of spectators would dwindle from the 60th floor onwards because the fees were higher and many martial artists could not afford it. However, this time, Ling Xiao's appearance caused an uproar in the underground world. Countless martial artists swarmed into the Hell Tower to see how far Ling Xiao could go. Of course, there was no lack of rich people among these people. After defeating Lan Jing, the arena masters did not intend to challenge him because the other high-level martial artists did not intend to challenge him. After resting for less than 5 minutes, Ling Xiao proposed to continue the challenge. Time was extremely precious to him, and he did not want to waste it. During these 5 minutes, Ling Xiao ate an 800-year-old ice fire fruit. Unfortunately, his cultivation did not break through this time. After all, if he broke through from the peak of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he would be at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. This was a very obvious gap, and it would not be easy for Ling Xiao to cross it. However, the 800-year-old ice fire fruit had a certain effect. He could feel that the barrier to the breakthrough was loosening. What he needed to do next was battle. He needed to use the battle to loosen the barrier and finally break through it. Although the 5-minute break was very short, no one objected to it. Especially the people in the Hell Tower, they were very happy. After all, the spectators would cause trouble if there was no show to watch. From the 60th floor to the 68th floor, Ling Xiao's battle did not seem to be any different from before. He was still as relaxed as before, and there were no obstacles to speak of. One punch. From beginning to end, it was only one punch. However, only Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted to defeat his opponent now, he would have to use all of his Imperial Heaven-Earth power. If his opponent was stronger, he would have to use the light and shadow profound meaning. Of course, he was not afraid because of this. The stronger the opponent, the greater the stimulation to him, and the greater the help it would provide him. The 68th floor. The arena master is Ko Xiling. It will be difficult for Ling Xiao to encounter Ko Xiling. Although Ko Xiling lost to Jun Macho, it was only a narrow defeat. I heard that his cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. That's right. Ling Xiao's good luck ends here. That's right. Moreover, even if Ling Xiao miraculously defeats Ko Xiling, he will definitely be defeated by Jun Macho. Don't tell me he is going to finish off Ko Xiling with one punch again. That's impossible. Do you really think Ko Xiling is a good-for-nothing like Lan Jing? Ling Xiao had already appeared in the arena, standing opposite Ko Xiling. Whoosh! This time, Ling Xiao waved his hand and a long sword from the weapon rack fell into his hand. It was still convenient to use. It was just a little light, but it was still passable. Ko Xiling used a saber. Sabers and swords were both very powerful weapons. As for which one was stronger, it all depended on the ability of the user. Your performance was very exciting. I hope that you won't disappoint me in this battle. Ko Xiling rested his broadsword on his shoulder and looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. Whether the battle is exciting or not depends on your strength. Make your move. Ko Xiling was at peak Yin Yang Realm Stage 8. He was indeed not the kind of enemy that could be killed in one move. Hence, Ling Xiao decided to use a sword. He also wanted to see Ko Xiling's saber technique. Although there was a huge difference between a sword and a saber, there were many similarities. Perhaps he could comprehend something of his own from another person's saber technique. Raging lightning seals the sky. Ko Xiling brandished his broadsword and used an extremely powerful jade-grade saber technique. When Ko Xiling executed Raging Lightning Seals the Sky, it was even stronger than when he fought Jun Macho. It looked like Ko Xiling knew that he was not Jun Macho's match, so he did not use his full strength. Now that he met Ling Xiao, he was prepared to use his full strength. Raging lightning struck down from the sky, and the saber-chi stirred up bolts of lightning as it charged at Ling Xiao. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to discern the situation. Boom! The lightning bolts exploded, and the saber-chi collapsed. Ling Xiao, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, still stood firmly in place. His sword only moved slightly, and all of Ko Xiling's attacks suddenly turned into nothingness and were completely shattered. What? Ko Xiling was clearly stunned. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but he still did not expect that his move would not be able to injure Ling Xiao in the slightest. This made him feel a little depressed. Again! Lightning Flash Movie! Ko Xiling roared. He suddenly jumped up and chopped down with his saber. In the sky, countless lightning bolts struck down, and the movie flickered. Under the illumination of the lights, it looked particularly beautiful, but also terrifying. There was no room to dodge the saber. It almost completely enveloped Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao still only waved his sword indifferently. The sword intent broke through the sky as if it was real, and directly destroyed the terrifying lightning flash movie. Ling Xiao did not take the initiative to attack Ko Xiling. Otherwise, once he stabbed out with his sword, Ko Xiling would probably be very flustered. Brother Ko, your attack can't hurt me at all. It's better if you use your full strength. Otherwise, your next move will determine the outcome. Ling Xiao glanced at Ko Xiling indifferently. Although his words were unpleasant, they were proof of his great strength. Ko Xiling took a deep breath. Suddenly he laughed. He was 19 years old this year, and his cultivation had reached the peak of Yin Yang Realm Level 8. He thought that his talent was unrivaled in the world. However, today, he met a freak. This person's cultivation was clearly lower than his, but he could make him go crazy. He was not angry. He just felt a little helpless and a little disappointed. All right. Since you asked for it, I'll use my strongest move. The outcome will be decided here. Ko Xiling gritted his teeth and waved the saber in his hand. Terrifying yin-yang origin energy was released from his body, and it turned into shocking electric currents in the air. Then, the phantom of a monster bathed in lightning appeared behind him. This monster was not big, or rather, it was very small. It was only about a foot long, but no one dared to underestimate it. Lightning Martin Martial Spirit? Ling Xiao was stunned. It was said that in ancient times, one of the 12 immortals was good at controlling beasts. His best treasure was the Lightning Martin. It was a kind of monster that was very fast and could control lightning. Ko Xiling's martial spirit looked obedient, but in fact, it was very powerful. Under Ling Xiao's strong pressure, Ko Xiling finally summoned his martial spirit, which he had not used all this time. That guy favors one and discriminates against the other. He didn't use his martial spirit to deal with me, but he used his martial spirit to deal with Ling Xiao? Jun Macho said unhappily. Sun Linchan said with a smile. He knows that he is not your match, and you deliberately did not reveal your strength. Instead, you played with him. Why did he use his full strength? I'm afraid this is the difference between respect and disrespect between martial artists. Humph, you know that if I want to defeat this Ko Xiling, I don't need one move to solve the problem. Jun Macho said proudly. Chapter 1748. The reason why Jun Mocho fought with Ko Xiling for such a long time was because she did not want to expose her strength. After all, she still had to face the stronger Fan Rolin. She did not want to expose all her cards. But now, facing Ling Xiao on the battlefield, Ko Xiling had to use all his strength. He even used his martial spirit. Ko Xiling was really helpless. Before he fought with Ling Xiao, he thought that he would be able to win this battle. But once they fought, he understood that his opponent had completely controlled the battle from the beginning. Every sword move of his opponent seemed simple and direct, as if it was a casual attack. But it was this casual attack that was even more frightening. A casual attack could accurately grasp his flaw and crush his attack. Moreover, it was obvious that his opponent had the opportunity to pursue him. His opponent did not pursue him. He probably just wanted to see what his strongest strength was. Thinking of this, Ko Xiling could not help but feel a little sad. He could be considered a genius of his generation, but he had encountered such a freak. It was like a cunning fox meeting a natural hunter. No matter how cunning he was completely restrained. He had never felt this way, even when facing Jun Mocho. But in front of Ling Xiao, it was so clear. It was really not a good feeling. Therefore, after 2 moves, he did not hesitate to use his martial spirit, because it was his only trump card that could turn defeat into victory. With the appearance of the Lightning Marten martial spirit, the power of each of Ko Xiling's moves increased substantially. The whole arena was filled with the illusion of the Lightning Marten. Under the bombardment of the terrifying lightning sword chi, the entire arena was constantly emitting explosive sounds, like a violent storm. Not bad! Facing Ko Xiling's attack, Ling Xiao actually smiled slightly, and then slowly raised a long sword in his hand. In that instant, his body seemed to turn into a luminous body, emitting a blazing and dazzling light. The warriors in the audience closed their eyes because of this, temporarily losing their vision. Ko Xiling did not dare to close his eyes, because he knew that once he closed his eyes, he would probably lose. He squinted his eyes and vaguely saw a huge golden crow form in front of Ling Xiao. It was the golden crow formed by the sword chi, swift and fierce and terrifying. Golden Crow Rising Sun! The sword chi finally burst out. The lightning minx welcome on the arena was swept away. The terrifying golden crows covered the entire battle ring. Ko Xiling had no choice but to repeatedly retreat, frequently dodging, and then he used his lightning sable martial spirit to protect himself. Even so, the terrifying heat of the golden crows still burned many parts of his body. That piercing pain made him frightened and incredulous. How can he be so strong? How could such a casual sword strike completely suppress me? How much strength is this guy hiding? By this time Ko Xiling no longer had the courage to continue fighting. His opponent was too strong. Even if he summoned his martial spirit, he would not be able to win. Under such circumstances, it would be foolish of him to continue fighting. I lost. Ko Xiling smiled wryly and shook his head. Although his opponent had only used this one move, he had already felt proud of his own shortcomings. The people in the audience were not at all surprised by his admission of defeat. Because Ling Xiao was too strong. Ko Xiling's attack did not have any effect on him, while his attack completely crushed Ko Xiling. They were simply on 2 different levels of martial artists. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. You can clearly see your own strength. This is much stronger than some people. Your talent is very good. Don't be discouraged. After all, I really can't think of anyone with better talent than me. Ling Xiao's words were a little arrogant. But that was the truth. His talent was definitely one of the best in the entire mystic world, not to mention in this insignificant white tiger continent. Ko Xiling smiled bitterly. Others might think that Ling Xiao was blowing his own trumpet, but he felt that this guy was telling the truth. One must know that when fighting with opponents with weaker cultivation than him, Ko Xiling had always solved the problem with one slash. But this time, he had lost completely. He did not even have the chance to counterattack. In the VIP room, Fan Roland's hands gripped the teacup tightly. He did not realize that the teacup had been crushed. His shocked eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao in the arena. This guy. He felt that he might have underestimated this guy. In the other VIP room, Jun Macho's breathing was also rapid. He was obviously excited. Good boy. Such a strong opponent. My trip to the Tianhai Empire was not in vain, Jun Macho said excitedly. At this time, everyone in the audience was stunned. This scene made them speechless. Ko Xiling, whom everyone had high hopes for, was unexpectedly defeated so easily by Ling Xiao's hands. Was this Ling Xiao really a 17-year-old youngster? It was hard to understand. It was inconceivable. After Ko Xiling admitted defeat, he cupped his hands and said, "Sir, how much of your strength did you use in that sword strike?" He had always wanted to ask this question, because he felt an aura more terrifying than Jun Macho's from Ling Xiao. This was something that others could not give him. This person exuded a kind of horror that could destroy everything. It made people tremble and feel at a loss. I can only tell you that that was not my full strength. As for my full strength, you will definitely see it later. Ling Xiao glanced at Ko Xiling and said with a smile, "I see. I understand." It was obvious that in Ko Xiling's opinion, Ling Xiao was giving him face. This was because if he really had to answer, it might be a huge blow to Ko Xiling's confidence. After the battle ended, Ling Xiao was given 10 minutes to rest. He was arranged to rest in a separate VIP room. After drinking the recovery medicinal wine, Ling Xiao directly ate the medium-grade spirit stones in big mouthfuls. At the same time, he was also absorbing the remaining energy of the ice-fire grass in the immortal pot. He actually wanted to try to break through during the battle. This was because his next opponent was Jun Macho, one of the 7 sons of Jingyi school. In Ling Xiao's opinion, Jun Macho's strength was on par with water gods. If he did not advance to the 7th level of Yin-Yang realm, it would be difficult for him to be Jun Macho's opponent. Therefore, the breakthrough this time was necessary. Fortunately, his cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the 6th level of Yin-Yang realm. Coupled with the large amount of medium-grade spirit stones he won this time and the remaining energy of the ice-fire grass in the immortal pot, there was a breakthrough. It should not be a problem for him to break through. However, when he was resting this time, there was a small interlude in the arena. Jun Macho seemed to have comprehended something after watching the battle between Ling Xiao and Ko Xiling, and his battle intent was high. He actually chose to challenge Fan Wolin on the 70th floor because Ko Xiling did not challenge him for a long time. Therefore, Fan Wolin was defeated by Jun Macho. He fell to the 69th floor. Jun Macho became the champion of the 70th floor. Fan Wolin had a belly full of anger, and his eyes were fixed on the VIP room where Ling Xiao was. Chapter 1749. 10 minutes later, Fan Wolin was extremely angry. "Ling Xiao, get the hell out here!" he actually roared. He couldn't beat Jun Macho, so he vented his anger on Ling Xiao. "Third young master, you should recover your strength first. He has at most 20 minutes to come out, or else he'll forfeit." Seeing Fan Wolin so angry, the Hell Tower administrator felt helpless and hurriedly advised him. Fan Wolin clenched his teeth. He really did need to recover. Otherwise, if he lost to Ling Xiao because of his lack of strength, that would be even more unsightly. Thinking of this, he calmed down. Another 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, a loud sound came from Ling Xiao's VIP room. Then, the entire VIP room exploded. Ling Xiao slowly walked out and stepped onto the 69th floor of the Hell Tower. He indifferently looked at Fan Wolin, who had already recovered to his peak state, and coldly said, "Just now, you told me to get the hell out here?" "Correct." "So what?" Fan Wolin didn't think that Ling Xiao would dare to question him. He was simply too daring. "So what? Fan family's eldest young master Fan Ruohai is refined and courteous, but you, the third young master, lack discipline. Today, I'll properly discipline you on behalf of your family." When these words came out, the entire audience was deathly silent. because no one thought that Ling Xiao would dare to say such words to Fan Wolin. His guts were really big. Ha! In the VIP room, Sun Lingchan and Jun Macho couldn't help but laugh. This Ling Xiao really didn't take Fan Wolin seriously. Fan Wolin was so angry that his face turned red. But after a short moment, he finally took a deep breath and looked at Ling Xiao. Good kid, you're the first person who dares to speak to me like that. Even Heavenly Sea Tyranny doesn't dare to be so impudent. Then I'm very honored. Ling Xiao lightly laughed. Looking at your mischievous smile, this young master is very angry. Today, this young master must teach you how to behave in this Sky Sea City, Fan Wolin said coldly. If that's all you've shown, then you should admit defeat. Otherwise, you won't be able to put on such an arrogant expression later. At that time, you will be like a wretched dog. His cultivation base was stronger than Ko's Xiling's. He had already reached the peak of Yin Yang Realm 9th tier and could even fight against the Yin Yang Realm 10th tier martial artist. On top of that, their Fan family's martial art was much more formidable than Ko's Xiling's. Therefore, in his opinion, by relying on the advantages of cultivation and martial arts, coupled with the powerful martial souls of the Fan family, they would be able to defeat the Fan family. Not to mention defeating him, even killing this Ling Xiao should be a piece of cake. You talk too much nonsense. Make your move. Let me see exactly how you're going to turn me into a miserable dog. Ling Xiao looked at Fan Wolin indifferently. He did not understand Fan Wolin's fighting style, so he planned to let his opponent make the first move. Then, he would use his Tai Chi to seize the opportunity to defeat his opponent. To him, gaining the upper hand after striking was a good fighting style. Alright, then take my demonic repelling sword. Fan Wolin raised his hand, and a treasured sword from the weapon rack fell into his hand. Then, he took a step forward and shook the treasured sword in his hand. Sword chi wreaked havoc, and the space seemed to be cut into pieces by the sword chi. At that moment, many people were hallucinating. They could not see where the sword chi came from. They could only see countless demonic shadows attacking. How can we fight like this? It's impossible to tell what's real and what's fake. My mind is filled with demonic shadows. If I really go up against Third Young Master Fan, I'll be dead for sure. Third Young Master Fan is best at incorporating Soul's secret techniques into his sword technique. The most terrifying thing about this demonic repelling sword is that it can affect the opponent's mind. Even Jun Macho suffered a little from it. Ordinary martial artists can't gain any advantage against him. They might not even be able to unleash their full strength. Not everyone in the audience was mediocre. They could also see how powerful Fan Wolin was. What a boring sword technique! Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Excluding the influence of soul power, Fan Wolin's sword was not even as powerful as Ko's Xiling's attack. Was Ling Xiao the kind of person who would be affected by his opponent's soul's secret technique? Fan Wolin's cultivation was higher than his, but the difference in soul power was too great. They were not on the same level at all. After saying that, Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword. The sword was not very powerful, and the scene was not shocking, but it happened to pierce the weakest part of the demonic repelling sword. The demonic repelling sword was instantly broken. What? Fan Wolin was shocked. This move was actually not his strongest move. He had only used it to test Ling Xiao's strength. But this test was too surprising. His opponent did not fall for it at all. His soul's secret technique was completely useless. But my ability is not limited to soul's secret techniques. I've already used my true killing move. After frowning, Fan Wolin suddenly revealed a sinister smile. As he laughed sinisterly, he actually retreated to his original position, as if he was no longer attacking. Ling Xiao did not care about what Fang Xinjian was thinking. He merely pressed forward, thrusting out his long sword incessantly. He only used the simplest moves, not even using the light and shadow profoundness. He only used the powers of the 600 Royal Heaven Empress Earth to fight against Fang Xinjian. He did not immediately use his killing move because he was worried that Fan Wolin might have other trump cards. After all, Fan Wulin had not released his martial soul when the battle started. What was the Fan family's martial soul? The outside world kept it a secret. This was a very strange thing. After all, the Fan family was a large family. Someone must have seen the Fan family's martial soul. Why did no one know? Ling Xiao had been thinking about this question. So, when he attacked, he did his best to hold back and did not use his killing move completely. In a short while, the two had exchanged several blows. Buzz! Suddenly, Ling Xiao heard a strange sound. This sound was like the sound of zither strings. Many people would probably find it strange after hearing it, but they would not take it seriously. After all, this was the Hell Pagoda. There were so many people in the audience seats. It was not possible to take it seriously if someone made a sound out of boredom. But this was where the problem usually came from. Ling Xiao would not let go of any strange things. But he could not pinpoint where this sound came from. So, at the crucial moment, he swapped his body with his Gemini martial soul. Although such a swap could be done at any time, it would consume a large amount of inner strength every time. So, unless he had no choice, Ling Xiao would not do this. He made such a decision because he could not figure out Fan Wulin's characteristics. Anyway, he had plenty of pills to recover inner strength. Just as he swapped bodies, a voice rang out. His Gemini martial soul exploded and turned into fragments that scattered on the ground. Chapter 1750. The scene of Ling Zhao's body shattering made everyone tremble in fear, and they were all dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha, idiot! I told you that you wouldn't survive if you met me! Fan Wulin couldn't help but laugh when he saw Ling Xiao die. He seemed to be in a good mood. Interesting. Your Fan family's martial soul is actually a musical instrument. That's a rare martial soul. Ling Xiao had seen a musical instrument martial soul before when he was in Yuehua school. However, the martial soul he saw at that time couldn't unleash its full power because the martial artist was too weak. Unlike now, Fan Wulin's martial soul could release a terrifying sound wave that was enough to kill enemies. It was impossible to guard against. Hearing Ling Zhao's voice, Fan Wulin's face became extremely funny. As if he had seen a ghost, he suddenly turned around and looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing there unharmed. You! Are you a human or a ghost? Nonsense, of course I'm human. I've always been puzzled. How could a big family like your Fan family not have a martial spirit known to outsiders? Now it seems like it's really easy to hide such a martial spirit. Unfortunately, you can't hide it from my eyes. Only Ling Zhao's Tai Chi I could see through the surface and see the essence. Only then could he see what Fan Wulin's real killing move was. Well, since you've seen through it, I don't need to hide it anymore. As Fan Wulin spoke, the shadow of a Guzheng appeared behind him. The Guzheng was antique and looked quite beautiful. It was covered with special patterns as if a soul was residing in it. It was really magical. Guzheng Demon Strike! The moment he showed his martial soul, terrifying music came at the same time. This time, Fan Wulin soared into the air. Following the release of the music, the entire arena exploded with a loud bang. Although it wasn't completely destroyed because of the special material of the arena, it was full of holes and was beyond recognition. Change the arena! The host shouted, and a brand new ring was brought up. Both of them are terrifying. No matter who it is, we are no match for them. That's right. It's simply a battle of wits and strength. Both of them are too strange. If it were us, we probably wouldn't survive a single round, right? A meeting? I don't think I can even last half a round. Youngsters nowadays are really too frightening. I reckon that there will be even more jaw-dropping battles in this White Tiger Storm meet. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yeah, and this is just Third Master Fan. I wonder how strong the 4 heroes of Tiahai are. Everyone was excited. From the beginning, they were completely hostile to Ling Xiao, but now, they actually felt some admiration for Ling Xiao. After all, the profound world was a place where strength mattered. Whoever was stronger would have more authority. Ling Zhao's ability was truly admirable. Naturally, they wouldn't be completely one-sided in their insults. Living in this era, they were able to witness a battle between geniuses. In fact, their lives weren't in vain. The great waves washed away the sand, and it was hard to say how many of these so-called geniuses would truly survive and perform miracles. The arena was changed, and it was a better one at that. It was full of array patterns clearly designed to deal with the powerful attacks of these two. Ling Xiao gradually saw through Fan Wolin's path. Wisps of black chi began to emerge from the long sword in his hand. At this moment, he didn't plan on wasting any more time. Fan Wolin could clearly feel the battle intent and killing intent that filled Ling Gao's entire body. He also wanted to fight his most beautiful battle. If he could eliminate Ling Xiao in this battle, he would rise to a new level. He might even be able to defeat Jun Macho. However, if he lost, he would not only become a laughingstock, but he would also be dispirited for a long time. It might even affect the battle at the White Tiger Storm meet. Ling Xiao, come use your strongest move. In this battle, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Fan Wolin roared loudly. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh inwardly. With Fan Wolin's strength, he really wasn't qualified to make him use his full strength. Not to mention Fan Wolin, even Jun Macho wasn't worthy of him using his full strength. The sword in Ling Zhao's hand was condensing a terrifying black energy. Behind him was the pitch-black curtain of night. A dark demonic sword hung above his head. Then, he actually threw away the long sword in his hand and directly grabbed the dark demonic sword, looking at Fan Wolin. Using the dark demonic sword to deal with Fan Wolin was really a bit of a waste. However, it was necessary to hone one's battle skills in such a battle, so Ling Xiao still wanted to use it. Moreover, the dark demonic sword had different powers to deal with Fan Wolin in front of him. The first move of the demonic world destruction art could solve the problem. When the dark demonic sword appeared, the entire arena suddenly became eerie and terrifying, as if some demonic creature had descended. Eh? Ling Xiao was stunned, because he could clearly feel that something in the Hell Pagoda was calling out to him. This energy was very similar to the primordial divine demon, but there were some differences. However, it was definitely pure dark energy, the esoteric shadow. Forget it, don't think so much. After the battle in front of me, I'll think about other things. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at Fan Wolin again. At this moment, Fan Wolin was floating in midair, and there was a guzheng in his hand. If one looked closely, they would realize that the guzheng wasn't real, but was formed by his martial soul. Slaughter Symphony, play! As Fan Wolin's voice rang out, a somber melody was released from the guzheng, which gradually filled the entire arena. One could vaguely feel as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses fighting, which made one's heart tremble with fear. Dark demonic sword, body destruction. The dark demonic sword in Ling Zhao's hand had already stabbed out. Terrifying black sword she spewed out of the dark demonic sword like a fountain, with his body as the center, rapidly spreading in all directions. The entire 69th floor was almost completely filled with that black sword chi. Chi 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 chi, Fan Wolin's figure flashed, constantly dodging Ling Zhao's attacks, and at the same time, urging the symphony. At this moment, he was already battered and exhausted, and the clothes on his body were already in tatters, and they were already stained with blood. He looked very miserable. However, his face revealed the smile of a victor. Explode. Slaughter Symphony. In that instant, all the musical notes on the arena exploded at the same time, and the arena instantly turned into a terrifying battlefield. People could even see thousands of soldiers and horses charging toward Ling Xiao, wanting to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. It's useless. Your strength is too weak. Ling Xiao was still standing there, and the dark demonic sword in his hand suddenly danced. The sword chi that was originally released all gathered together in an instant, forming a huge black sword. Chapter 1751. The shadow of the black sword was dozens of meters long and several meters wide. It slashed towards Fan Wolin. Ah! Fan Wolin cried out in anger, waving the zither in his hand to block. Poochie! Blood spurted out like a fountain. The ground in front of Fan Wolin was completely dyed red. Ling Xiao looked at this scene indifferently, and put away the dark demon's sword. Fan Wolin was kneeling on the ground, his entire body trembling. His clothes were completely soaked in blood. He looked at the youth in front of him in fear. If the other party hadn't stopped at the last moment, he would have died a miserable death. He thought he was a genius, that he was the only existence in the Fan family. But when he met Ling Xiao, he suddenly realized that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Too pitiful. Even third young Master Fan lost to him. What's going on? In the VIP room, the administrator of the Hell Tower looked out the window in shock. This scene was hard for him to accept. This child's cultivation isn't too high, but his battle strength is astonishing. His fists are domineering and his swordsmanship is strange and unpredictable. Third young master losing to him is nothing. Fan Rahai smiled. On the contrary, I think that if third young master can learn from this lesson and cultivate steadily instead of looking down on everything, he might improve even more. But eldest young master, he's already reached the 69th floor. Are you really going to let him become the champion of the 70th floor? The administrator asked. What's wrong with that? The Hell Tower has always relied on one's own ability. If he has that ability, even if he becomes the champion of the 100th floor, so what? Fan Rahai smiled. But young master, that secret map is extremely precious. It relates to the secret of the underground world. The administrator reminded. If he can really decipher that map, his strength will increase crazily. Yes, but you said it yourself. After so many years, Heavenly Sea Tyranny and this young master have never been able to decipher that map. Moreover, the two of us are the two great families of the Heavenly Sea Empire working together to decipher it. Do you think he can do it? Fan Rahai smiled, not minding it at all. Young master, you're right. My worries were groundless. Even though the fighters after the 70th floor aren't as terrifying as Heavenly Ocean's four greats, they're still quite strong. The most frightening floor is still the 99th floor, where the sealed Hell Lord is. Even Heavenly Ocean Tyranny was almost killed by that guy, but in the end, he relied on his wits to get through. This Ling Xiao definitely won't pass. The administrator thought for a moment, and finally calmed down. The so-called Lords of Hell were said to have been born together with the Hellish Tower. They came from the cracks in space. It was hard to tell what kind of creature it was. However, this demonic being had killed quite a number of super genius martial artists who had reached the 99th level over the years. Those martial artists all became his nourishment. In another VIP room, Sun Linchan couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said, Jun Macho, oh Jun Macho, I actually hope that you can stop him. If he can even defeat you, then I'm really worried that if he is given more time, then I'm afraid that no genius in the entire White Tiger continent can stop him. Is his talent really that terrifying? Huahua asked in confusion. You're right, Fairy Lingchan. Jun Mocho was the one who answered Huahua. She stood up slowly with determination in her eyes. That's why I have to defeat him. The White Tiger continent belongs to Jingyi School. We can't let an outsider dominate. Can you stop him? Sun Linchan asked. I have to stop him even if I can't. Jun Macho didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao anymore. She knew Fan Roland's strength very well. He was at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm level 9 and possessed an extremely strange martial soul. Although she had defeated her opponent, it was definitely not easy. However, looking at Ling Xiao, it seemed that he had defeated Fan Roland so easily. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Right now, she wanted to personally experience Ling Xiao's strength. She wanted to stop him with her mid-stage Yin-Yang realm cultivation. Jun Mocho took a deep breath and stepped onto the arena on the 70th level. However, Ling Xiao was already waiting for him there. Don't you need to rest for a while? Jun Mocho asked curiously. No need. I didn't consume much energy. Ling Xiao wasn't being arrogant. He indeed didn't consume much energy after defeating Fan Roland. He knew that Jun Macho was a truly difficult opponent to deal with. However, he could still win even if she was difficult to deal with. Jun Macho wasn't called Fairy Macho for nothing. Her appearance was also very outstanding. She was almost on par with Sun Linchan. This wasn't strange. In the mystic world, the more powerful a martial artist was, the more perfect their appearance was. This was because after practicing martial arts, one's body would be strengthened and transformed continuously. This could make one's figure and appearance even more perfect. Even an old woman in her 60s or 70s could be as pretty as an 18 or 19-year-old girl. All right. In that case, I won't hold back. Jun Macho didn't plan to talk nonsense with Ling Xiao. She planned to strike first. The moment she spoke, her body flashed, and a light long sword flew into her hand from the weapon rack. Then she stabbed it toward Ling Xiao at lightning speed. The sword was a flexible sword. This made Ling Xiao feel nostalgic, because he had also used a flexible sword before. A martial artist who dared to use such a sword was extremely confident in their control of their moves. Jun Macho's goal was simple. She wanted to get close to Ling Xiao and gain the upper hand. She didn't want to give Ling Xiao a chance to counterattack. She believed that Ling Xiao's strength lay in his terrifying attack power. If a martial artist's attack power was strong, his defense would naturally be weak. Therefore, if she wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, she couldn't let him make a move. She wasn't the only one who thought this. In fact, everyone in the audience thought the same. Because from the first floor to the 69th floor, Ling Xiao hadn't suffered the slightest injury. Even his clothes were clean. He seemed to be afraid of something and didn't dare to take his opponent's attack head-on. This also gave many people the illusion that Ling Xiao's defense was definitely weak. In the VIP room, Fan Wolin gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! Why didn't I think of this? That guy chose to use a strange doppelganger to dodge my musical note attack. It must be because his defense isn't strong enough." Until now, he still couldn't accept his loss. He felt that he had been played by Ling Xiao. "Is that really the case?" Fan Ruoha chuckled. "Third brother, watch carefully. He will tell you how his defense is soon." Facing Jun Macho's sudden attack, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Then he laughed. Originally, he was still thinking about how to draw his opponent over and then defeat him in the simplest and most direct way. After all, dragging it out wouldn't do him any good. He didn't expect his opponent to walk right into his trap. He had no intention of blocking this sword at all. Chapter 1752. When Jun Macho's sword was less than 2 or 3 meters away from Ling Xiao's body, a layer of white bone armor suddenly appeared on his body, making him look like a demon stepping out of hell. And it wasn't over yet. Outside the white bone armor, a layer of red sun feather coat emitting a blazing light completely wrapped around him. Jun Macho's sword quickly melted as soon as it entered the range of the blazing light. After all, it wasn't a magic weapon. Although the material was good, it still couldn't resist Ling Xiao's terrifying red sun feather coat. However, Jun Macho seemed to have been prepared for this. At the same time that his right hand stabbed down, a dagger that he had prepared beforehand suddenly shot out from his left sleeve. This broken sword was also on the weapon rack, but Jun Macho had already hidden it in her sleeve. "Ice Spike!" The short sword was wrapped in a strange layer of ice. It avoided the melting of the high temperature and directly pierced the white bone armor. Jun Macho sensed something was wrong with this stab. "This isn't an ordinary armor. You cheated by using a magic weapon." "A magic weapon? I didn't expect the 7 disciples of the Jingyi school to be so ignorant." Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Jun Macho had just finished her attack and was very close to him. Ling Xiao roared and directly punched Jun Macho, who was only a few feet away from him. Jun Macho wasn't an ordinary person. She was able to think of a way to deal with such a dangerous situation. As she retreated, she stepped on the ground of the arena. Then the ground turned into stone slabs, blocking Ling Xiao's attack. However, at this time, Jun Macho was overconfident again. She didn't choose to take advantage of the situation to retreat. Instead, she summoned another sword from the weapon rack and stabbed through the stone slabs. Puff! The stone slabs were pierced through by the long sword in her hand, which contained an astonishing amount of yuan qi, as if they were made of tofu. However, she had already lost the best opportunity to dodge. Ling Gao's fist came crashing down. The terrifying power of the 600 Emperor Earth Empress combined with the terrifying power of the body of hell. Even the sword in Jun Macho's hand was shattered once again. Jun Macho no longer had a chance. She had made a mistake, so she was destined to be caught by Ling Xiao and be unable to fight back. The two terrifying fists landed heavily on Jun Macho's chest. Jun Macho felt a terrifying force throw her far away. However, what annoyed her the most was Ling Xiao. Wasn't it because she was a woman? Of all the places to attack, he actually chose that place that couldn't be attacked the most. It really pissed her off. Jun Macho was blasted back dozens of meters, but she eventually stopped and somersaulted a few times in the air in an attempt to counterattack Ling Xiao. This was her strong point, which was something that Fan Wulin and Ko Xiling could not compare to. Unfortunately, she couldn't see any trace of the enemy. By the time she reacted, a sword was already at her neck. Defeated. He had lost so easily. Jun Macho didn't even have time to display his full strength. She felt that she had lost miserably. I don't accept this. Jun Macho stared at Ling Xiao and shouted. This is the arena. If it were a Jianghu vendetta, there would be no need for you to accept this, because you would already be dead. Ling Xiao said coldly. Admit defeat. Otherwise, my sword won't show any mercy. Feeling the terrifying aura emitted from Ling Xiao's cold eyes, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. She also felt the pain of being cut by the sword on her neck. Although Jun Macho felt extremely sullen, she still admitted defeat in the end. I won't make the same mistake at the White Tiger Gathering. Jun Macho felt that the sword on his neck had been removed. He stood up straight and said, Do you know what mistake you made? Ling Xiao asked. Underestimating the enemy, Jun Macho said. It wasn't underestimating the enemy, but overconfidence. You made a series of mistakes. You thought my defense was weak. That was the first mistake. When you had the chance to avoid my killing move, you chose to counterattack. That was the second mistake. And the root of the mistake was that you were overconfident and didn't analyze the opponent. Ling Xiao shook his head and continued. Actually, if you hadn't launched a sneak attack and had chosen to fight me head-on, I might not have been able to defeat you so quickly. Jun Macho was stunned for a moment. Although she wasn't convinced, she had to admit that Ling Xiao was right. This time, it was because she wanted to take advantage of Ling Xiao's weak defense that she suddenly launched an attack and fell into the opponent's trap. In reality, she hadn't even used half of her strength. This was the reason why she was so cowardly. See, third brother? His defense isn't weak. If you had followed Jun Macho's example, you would have lost even more miserably. Fan Ruahai glanced at the pale-faced Fan Wulin and said indifferently, Jianghu produces talented people in every generation. The outside world is very big. Don't be a frog at the bottom of a well. Go see the world at this White Tiger Gathering. It doesn't matter if you don't get a ranking. Only by seeing the strength of the world can you cultivate even harder. Fan Wulin clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. Eldest young master, almost none of the arena masters are stronger than Ling Xiao. I think Ling Xiao can easily reach the 99th floor. The only one who can truly stop him is the Archdevil of Bator. The Hell Tower administrator seemed to be trying to ease the awkward atmosphere in the VIP room. Yes. In order to incite the warriors' enthusiasm, the arena masters of the Hell Tower are usually below the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The 99th floor is an exception. Fan Ruahai nodded and said, Go and inform Ling Xiao to stop when he reaches the 98th floor. The Lord of Hell is too strong. He's definitely not a match for him. Big brother, why should we help him? Fan Wolin said unhappily. He spared your life. Shouldn't you return the favor? Fan Ruahai glared at Fan Wolin. Although he looked calm, Fan Wolin was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. I'll go now. The Hell Tower administrator left the VIP room and told Ling Xiao about this matter. However, when he returned, he brought back a piece of news that made Fan Ruahai not know whether to laugh or cry. Ling Xiao said that he has to go to the 100th floor. He's grateful for our good intentions, but he's not afraid of the Lord of Hell. Sigh, he's still too young. Fan Ruahai shook his head helplessly and sighed. Wanchuan, let's go. I can't bear to see a genius get killed by the Lord of Hell. He really cherished Ling Zhao's talent. Yes, master. Mu Wanchuan also stood up and left with Fan Ruahai. Ling Xiao, who successfully became the arena master of the 70th floor, not only received a large amount of spiritual stones as a reward, but he also received a 1,000-year scarlet sun fruit. Chapter 1753. Ling Xiao ate the crimson sun fruit on the spot. The 1,000-year-old crimson sun fruit was very expensive outside. Sometimes, one couldn't even buy it. However, he ate it so easily. Boom! The effect of the crimson sun fruit was completely absorbed within 10 minutes. Ling Zhao's cultivation had increased from the early stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm to the middle stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was very impressed with his wise decision to come to the Hell Tower. It allowed his cultivation to break through time and time again. It was really worth it. Moreover, it seemed like there was something that he was more interested in on the 99th floor. The Hell Overlord? He didn't care what it was. He had to get it at all costs. After Ling Zhao's cultivation had broken through, he continued to challenge others. It was still very easy for him to go from the 70th floor to the 80th floor. Just like what the Hell Tower administrator said, no one could block his attacks. Although he couldn't defeat his opponent in one move, he could defeat them in 5 to 6 moves. This was an eye-opener for the audience. His attacks were strange and unpredictable. The same move could be executed in thousands of different ways. It was impossible to guard against it. Many people even exclaimed, "It can be done like that? I never thought about it. This guy is indeed a genius. It's really worth it to come to the Hell Tower to watch this competition." From Ling Zhao's battles, they had discovered many new battle techniques. However, these people were happy too early. After the actual test, they would realize that other than Ling Xiao, no one else could execute those strange attacks. Ling Zhao's speed, soul power, physical body, inner strength, Tai Chi, and various strange martial souls allowed him to do things that others couldn't. Of course, these weren't what Ling Xiao cared about. After he received the spiritual stones and the 1,500-year-old crimson sun fruit, he ate them and cultivated as usual. He didn't break through this time, but there were signs of it. Next, he fought from the 80th floor to the 90th floor. Originally, everyone thought that Ling Xiao would have an exciting battle with the current arena champion, Sun Lingchan, on the 90th floor. However, what shocked them was that Sun Lingchan actually chose to admit defeat. Ling Xiao didn't know what Sun Lingchan was thinking, but he knew that he was definitely not Sun Lingchan's opponent now. Sun Lingchan's surrender was equivalent to opening up a path to the 99th floor for him. Sun Lingchan's reason was simple. She wanted to see if Ling Xiao could survive the Hell Lord's attack and catch up to Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's record. Sun Lingchan had a number of people. Ling Xiao had obtained a 1,800-year-old crimson sun fruit on the 90th floor. After consuming it, his cultivation base finally broke through again and reached the middle stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang stage. He continued on until he reached the 99th level, where he met an Archevil. There was no audience on this floor. This was because the Hell Lord's attacks would never avoid the spectators. There had been cases where the spectators had all been killed by the Hell Lord. Hence, from then on, the 99th floor no longer had spectator seats. However, the audience could still watch the battle through a special array. It's just that it's not as exciting as live. Originally, everyone had been looking forward to this battle. However, what they found hard to accept was that as soon as the battle began, all the crystal screens turned pitch black, as if they were blocked by some special energy. Before the crystal screens turned black, they only saw the Hell Lord's enormous and terrifying body twisting as it charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there motionlessly. "He's going to die, right?" Lord Macho glanced at Sun Linchan and said, "You should have stopped him on the 90th floor. I didn't want to expose my strength either." Sun Linchan shook her head and said, "Besides, he might not necessarily die." For some reason, Sun Linchan had a special kind of expectation towards Ling Xiao, as if Ling Xiao would definitely bring her a pleasant surprise. "What kind of joke is this? That Hell Lord's strength is close to the 15th level of the Yin-Yang stage. Even Tyranny Heavenly Ocean isn't its opponent. They can only use some tricks and the Tianhai family's secret technique to trick the Hell Lord." Lord Macho didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you thinking? You actually think he can win? The image is back." Just as Sun Linchan was about to reply, the image on the crystal screen returned to normal. Ling Xiao still looked very clean. His clothes were as white as snow, and his black hair danced in the wind. There was no trace of injury at all. "Where's the Hell Lord?" Everyone discovered that the Hell Lord on the 99th floor had actually disappeared. "Hurry up and find someone to investigate." The administrator of Hell Tower was very anxious. The Hell Lord was the key to Hell Tower's survival. Moreover, it was an important fighting force of the Fan family. Now that it had suddenly disappeared, he couldn't bear the responsibility. However, there was only Ling Xiao on the 99th floor. It was as if the Hell Lord had never appeared. There wasn't even a trace of its aura. "Young hero Ling, where's the Hell Lord?" The administrator directly questioned Ling Xiao. "I don't know. Just now, I only saw a strange crack in space, and the Hell Lord was sucked in." Ling Xiao shook his head. "A spatial crack? I didn't expect a spatial crack to appear here." The administrator couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. When the Hell Lord had first appeared, such a thing had appeared at the same time. This time, the Hell Lord had disappeared as well. This Ling Xiao's luck was really good. "Then I must congratulate you, young hero Ling. The champion of the 100th floor, tyrannical Heavenly Ocean, definitely isn't here, so you can win without fighting. The map of the underground world is yours." The administrator looked at Ling Xiao. He really didn't know what to say. This martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent was really lucky. Sun Linchan admitted defeat, and the Hell Lord disappeared. The two biggest hurdles had mysteriously passed. Even so, a win was a win. Ling Xiao had reached the 100th floor of Hell Tower and obtained the highest level VIP token of the Fan family. In the future, as long as it was a business of the Fan family, he would be able to enjoy the greatest discounts. Of course, the rewards of the underground world were not small. There was also the map of the underground world. That was the true reason he had come here. Apart from these substantial rewards, there was also a glory that others envied. It was said that every martial artist who reached the 100th floor would be able to obtain a statue of their own in the underground world. Moreover, this statue would be protected by the Fan family. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this kind of glory. After getting the map of the secret realm, he got rid of many people and quickly left the underground world, returning to the Tower of Heroes. Now that he had the materials for the fledgling dragon pill and the map of the underground world, it was time to focus on increasing his cultivation. He put the map of the underground world aside and focused on refining the fledgling dragon pill. Chapter 1754. When Ling Xiao was refining pills, Dan Feng and the others were guarding outside, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Lu Lian had been running back and forth between the Lu family and the outstanding pavilion for the past few days. Although she was tired, she enjoyed it. To her, protecting Ling Xiao was also a blissful thing. When the 20 fledgling dragon pills were successfully refined, Ji Luoyu returned. She brought back 10 portions of Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang ingredients. Thus, Ling Xiao continued to make the malatang. This did not take long. He finished it in 2 hours. In fact, when he was refining pills and making the malatang, Ling Xiao fully utilized the advantage of his Gemini martial souls. He continued to study the map of the secret realm. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, he finally saw through the mystery of the secret realm map. It turned out that there was also a type of intelligent life living underground in the mystic world. Just like the Sea Clan in the sea, the life underground in the mystic world was called the Spirit Clan. The Spirit Clan lived underground for a long time and was very adapted to the darkness. Thus, they were also called the Night Clan. The place indicated on the map was the remains of a Nightman clan. It was unknown whether there were any Nightman clan members living there. However, what was certain was that there were a lot of precious treasures in the Night Clan's ruins. Just like the Changle secret realm on the Changle Celestial Island, if one was lucky, not only could he achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he might also obtain something unexpected. Everyone take the Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang and Fledgling Dragon pills. Go into seclusion for 3 days and try to achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation. Next, let's go to the Night Clan's ruins. After making 10 portions of Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang, Ling Xiao gave the order. Of course, as the maker, he received 2 portions of Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang. The remaining 8 people, including Lu Lian, each received a portion. They also received 12 Fledgling Dragon pills. Of course, 5 of them were promised to Sun Lingchan. Even so, there were still 7 left. The remaining 8 Fledgling Dragon pills were given to the other 8 people. 3 days later, Dan Feng was the first to end his closed-door cultivation. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and he was very close to breaking through. He believed that as long as he followed Ling Xiao to the secret realm, he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Lu Lian and Dan Feng were in a similar situation. Mou and Zhu Xiaotsong also came out of closed-door cultivation one after another. Both of them had broken through to the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although this level of strength was still lacking compared to the cultivators of the Tianhai Empire, it was at least an improvement. Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Other than Ling Xiao, the ones who improved the most were Long Qin and Cold Plum. After the life-or-death battle with Sun Xiao, the dragon's potential was stimulated. Coupled with the effects of the Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Scarlet Yang Mala Tang and the Fledgling Dragon Pill, he actually broke through to the peak of Yin-Yang realm's 7th level. Cold Plum was equally terrifying. After absorbing the energy from the 10,000 Ghost Banner and taking 2 miraculous herbs, her cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. She was already catching up to the talented Long Qin. This was a huge improvement. As for Ling Xiao, he had been in closed-door cultivation for the longest time. Of course, it was inevitable that he would break through. His cultivation had jumped from the middle stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm to the early stage of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With this cultivation, even if he encountered the Saint Sword of the Wind Demon again, he would not be afraid. Good, you've all broken through in your cultivation. However, this is not enough. The next step is the key. How much you can break through in this underground world's secret realm will depend on your own abilities. I can help you. Ling Xiao looked at the cultivators of the Tianhai Empire and said seriously, "This trip to the secret realm will be filled with danger. You must be careful. Don't worry, Your Majesty. If we were afraid of death, we wouldn't have come to the Tianhai Empire. Since we're here, we have no fear." Everyone's thoughts were very clear. Rather than being bullied at the White Tiger Storm meet, it was better to break through more. That way, even if they died because of the adventure, it would be worth it. Before heading to the secret realm, Ling Xiao gave 5 perfect-grade fledgling dragon pills to Sun Lingchan. Then, the group of 9 left Tianhai City quietly and headed for the Nightman race ruins dozens of miles away. According to the map he had deciphered, There was an altar about 100 meters underground that led to the underground world. This was not difficult for a yin-yang realm cultivator. After confirming the location, Ling Xiao dug a hole in the ground 100 meters underground and everyone followed him. 100 meters underground was actually a very spacious place. There was a seemingly abandoned altar here. How is it? Can it be reactivated? Dan Feng asked. No problem. This altar is activated by spirit stones and arrays. Given my ability, it won't take more than 2 hours to repair it. You guys are in charge of guarding it. I'll repair the altar. Ling Xiao was really grateful that his Yuan Venerate master had taught him how to refine arrays. Otherwise, he would have been stumped by this ordinary altar. Your Majesty, it seems like we are being watched. Dan Feng lowered his voice. I know. Ling Xiao nodded. Ever since I obtained the map of the secret realm, the Tianhai Empire's royal family and the Fan family have been watching me. It's normal to be followed. Then what should we do? Are we going to work for someone else? Long Chun was anxious. Don't worry, it's even better that they're here. I still want to recruit more warriors. I've read in the ancient records that the Nightman clan hates outsiders very much. With just a few of us, if we encounter a strong opponent, it will be really difficult to deal with them. However, if we attract a large number of martialists, then we can take advantage of the situation. The few of you must follow me closely. Do you understand? Ling Xiao reminded them. So your Majesty already has a plan. Looks like I worried too much. Dan Feng smiled. The longer he stayed by Ling Xiao's side, the more he realized how terrifying and powerful Ling Xiao was. He couldn't help but admire him even more. 2 hours later, the altar was repaired. Ling Xiao took out 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones and inserted them. Crack! As the mid-grade spirit stones were inserted, the array was activated. Then, a thick beam of light penetrated the soil and rushed out of the ground. See? This is my method of recruiting martialists. Ling Xiao smiled. We aren't the only ones keeping an eye on the Nightman race ruins. I'm sure all the martialists of the Tianhai Empire are keeping an eye on it. However, most of them don't have a map of the secret realm. Furthermore, those who have a map can't decipher the mysteries within. However, they will definitely send someone to keep an eye on it. Once this beam of light is released, many people will definitely come. Idiot! Suddenly, an angry roar was heard from above. A figure flew down. This was the powerhouse who had been following Ling Xiao. He was at the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm and was a famous bandit outside Tianhai City. People called him Demonic Blade. Chapter 1755. Demonic Blade was in his 50s and was elusive. He had been following Ling Xiao when he obtained the map of the secret realm and the Hell Pagoda. Originally, he planned to destroy Ling Xiao and company so that he could go to the underground world alone to search for the opportunity. However, that beam of light gave him a fright. If that beam of light were to shoot out, wouldn't everyone know? Slash! Demonic Blade brandished a large saber in his hand as a terrifying saber beam attempted to shatter the beam of light. This saber strike was extremely powerful. The ferocious saber beam slashed down as though it was going to split the heavens and earth, directly striking the beam of light. Boom! Unfortunately, the beam of light was too terrifying. It sent Demonic Blade's long saber flying before shooting straight into the sky. When the nearby warriors saw the beam of light, they quickly informed their masters. Therefore, in less than a quarter of an hour, countless powerful martial artists rushed over from all directions and gathered together. Demonic Blade landed on the ground with a gloomy expression. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "You stay behind. The rest of you can scram. The opportunity in the underground world belongs to me, Demonic Blade. None of you deserve it. I'll kill anyone who disobeys me." Since the beam of light had already flown out, he knew that he couldn't change the situation. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and revealed a sinister smile. At most, he would just go on a killing spree. Hee hee, demonic blade, aren't you a little too funny? Since the ruins have appeared, everyone who sees it will have a share. Although your cultivation is powerful, you don't have the qualifications to make us listen to you. The person who laughed was an old man who had just arrived at the altar. Ling Xiao recognized him. He was the administrator of the Hell Pagoda and also a member of the Fan family. Fan Laoyan, are you courting death? Demonic Blade didn't give any face when he heard Fan Laoyan's words. He brandished a large saber in his hand and a terrifying saber beam tore through the air, slashing directly at Fan Laoyan. Demonic Sound Palm! As the administrator of the Hell Pagoda and an old servant of the Fan family, Fan Laoyan had a revered status. Not many people in the Tianhai Empire dared to provoke him. Therefore, he didn't expect Demonic Blade to attack without a word. He hurriedly struck out with both palms to block the ferocious saber beam. Boom! A terrifying cracking sound resounded throughout the entire underground, and all the animals within a radius of several hundred meters were frightened and fled in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators who had just arrived were sent flying, unable to even get close to the altar. Everyone, be careful! Ling Xiao released his supreme sword intent, protecting the warriors on his side with Dan Feng and Lu Lian. He didn't care about other people's lives at all. However, nothing must happen to the people he had brought with him. Ahem! Demon Saber, it seems like you know what treasures there are in this underground world. If that's the case, I can't leave. Old Man Fan coughed out a mouthful of blood, but his injuries were not serious. Instead, an excited red glow appeared on his face because he had guessed the intention of the demonic saber. Such a decisive attack meant that demonic saber had some understanding of the things in the Nightman race's ruins. Mo Dao often killed people for no reason, so he might have obtained some secrets from somewhere. At the thought of this, Old Man Fan felt that he had made the right choice in coming here to join in the fun. Demonic Saber snorted and said, Old Man Fan, and all of you, get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone I see and make you regret competing with me for treasures. His words were quite overbearing and arrogant. However, the warriors who came one after another didn't say anything because Demonic Saber's strength was the most terrifying among the warriors who came this time. If he wanted to kill someone, no one could stop him. Moreover, this guy's ferocious reputation had long spread throughout the Tianhai Empire. Almost everyone knew about him. Few people dared to offend such a person. However, if they couldn't afford to offend one person, it would be different if 2 or 3 or 4 people joined forces. Commander Tianhai, Old Man Spirit Pill, and Sect Master Fengming of Dragon Phoenix Mountain, are you willing to let Demonic Saber do as he pleases? There are many opportunities in the underground world. If we join forces, we can all get benefits. We can't let him monopolize everything. Old Man Fan knew that he wasn't as good as Demonic Saber, so he invited the 3 prominent figures in the group to join forces. Of course, this was done secretly through voice transmission. Even if they didn't succeed, no one would hear them. Tian Jun was one of the commanders of Tianhai City's defense. His cultivation was at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Old Man Spirit Pill was Medicine King Pavilion's son Sa's subordinate. His cultivation was also at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Dragon Phoenix Mountain Sect Master Fengming and Wu Yang's true cultivation was also at the same level. In addition to Old Man Fan, the 4 of them were at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They still had a chance of winning against a 12th level martial artist. In order to prepare, Old Man Fan secretly contacted a few warriors he knew. Basically, they were all experts who accompanied the White Tiger meat candidates. However, their cultivation was inferior to the 4 of them. No problem! Old Man Tianhai nodded. It was obvious that Demonic Saber was too overbearing. He was no match for Demonic Saber alone, so it was more appropriate to join forces. Fengming, Wu Yang, and Old Man Spirit Pill had no objections. The 4 of them hit it off immediately. Most importantly, Demonic Saber was too greedy. He wanted to take the treasure for himself. Who would let him have his way? After the 4 of them finished their discussion, they walked out of the crowd and surrounded Demonic Saber. Then, more than 10 people walked out of the crowd. All of them were at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Old Man Fan sneered and said, "Demonic Saber, if you're willing to share the treasure, we won't be enemies with you. However, what you're doing is despicable. You're stronger than us, but if we join forces, you won't be able to gain any advantage." "That's right. Demonic Saber, move aside if you know what's good for you. The altar has been opened, and the path to the underground world will be opened at any time. If you don't move aside, we won't hold back," Old Man Fan said coldly. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash joining forces. You're still trash. Do you really think you can stop me with your numbers?" Demonic Saber was extremely arrogant. He didn't even care about Old Man Fan and the others joining forces. He even had the intention of starting a fight if they didn't agree. The martial artists with weaker cultivations retreated one after another. Although the temptation of the treasure was huge, it would be inappropriate to lose one's life for the treasure. After all, the destructive power of a battle between martial artists at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm was too terrifying. The aftershock alone was enough to kill them. "All the land under the heavens belongs to the king. What's there to fight about? I've decided that we can all share the underground world." Just as both parties were about to draw their swords and fight, a voice came from afar. A moment later, a martial artist in a divine crocodile robe appeared in a palanquin. He was dressed extravagantly. The 4 people carrying the palanquin were also terrifying powerhouses. Their cultivation was at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Chapter 1756. The person carrying the palanquin was at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The person carrying the palanquin was not inferior to Demonic Saber in terms of strength. In fact, his aura was even stronger. The divine crocodile robe was only worn by the imperial family. Therefore, this person must be from the imperial family. "Greetings, Your Highness Prince Wu!" The Tianhai army hurriedly greeted this person. The others also bowed. Prince Wu? He was the younger brother of the Tianhai Empire's emperor. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh inwardly when he saw this person. The imperial family was indeed greedy. They would definitely want a share of something as precious as the Nightman race's ruins. However, what was interesting was that other than them, no other forces sent their young geniuses. It seemed that the white tiger meet was approaching. The major forces were still cautious about the dangerous secret realm. "It's actually Prince Wu." Demonic Saber's expression turned ugly. This person's strength was on par with his. It was impossible for him to suppress Prince Wu. If Prince Wu joined forces with Fan Lalian and the others, how could he stop them alone? Damn it! It was all that Ling Zhao's fault. If he had not released the light beam rashly and attracted so many experts, this situation would not have happened. He glanced coldly at Ling Xiao but found that the kid was still smiling. Damn, did this kid attract so many people on purpose? At that moment, Demonic Saber seemed to have understood something. He thought that with Ling Xiao and the others' strength, it was more likely that they would die if they entered the underground world. However, if they could find a large number of experts to help them, it would be a completely different story. What a cunning kid! At the thought of this, Demonic Saber's judgment of Ling Xiao was clearly higher. He suddenly looked at Prince Wu and said, "This place was discovered by that kid. He was also the one who activated the altar. It's up to him whether we can share it or not." Clearly, Demonic Saber was finding a way out for himself. Since he could no longer control the situation, he might as well admit defeat. However, he had to find a way to admit defeat. He could not embarrass himself too much. When everyone heard Demonic Saber's words, they all looked at Ling Xiao. "Junior is naturally willing. The treasures belong to those who are virtuous. Junior's strength is meager, so I naturally do not dare to monopolize them." Ling Xiao smiled, and his attitude was very humble. "Anyway, you guys are here to be my cannon fodder, so I won't lose anything if I treat you guys with a better attitude. You're cunning. However, The Night Human Clan's relic isn't something trash like you can touch. Mo Dao sneered. He suddenly looked at Prince Wu and said, Prince Wu, the treasures in the ruins are definitely limited. The more people there are, the less we will get. Don't tell me you want to let those trash take a share? What do you mean? Just say it. Prince Wu said coldly. It's very simple. You and I will chase these people away or kill them, and then split the treasure equally. As expected, Demonic Saber was still unwilling to let too many people taint his treasures. If only he and Wu Qinhuang were left, then he would have a way to play Wu Qinhuang to death. Your Highness, don't listen to him. He's extremely cunning. I've looked up his information before. Any martial artist who cooperated with him, even if their cultivation was higher than his, couldn't escape death in the end. Tian Haijun hurriedly shouted. You talk too much. Demonic Saber was instantly enraged when he heard Tian Haijun's words. If Demonic Saber didn't interrupt, Prince Wu would definitely agree to his suggestion given his greed. A terrifying black saber chi slashed towards Tian Haijun. Tian Haijun was alone, so he was no match for Demonic Saber. Moreover, he didn't expect Demonic Saber to attack him in front of Prince Wu, so he was stunned. Divine Crocodile Fist. Just as Demonic Saber chi was on the line between life and death, a fist flew out and collided with the black saber chi. The two types of energy almost collapsed in the air at the same time. Demonic Saber and Prince Wu were actually on par with each other in this collision. Demonic Saber, you can't kill Tian Haijun. You can't kill martial artists above the 10th level of Yin Yang realm. Prince Wu glanced at Demonic Saber and said, You should understand what I mean. As for those martial artists below the 10th level of Yin Yang realm, you can deal with them as soon as possible so that they won't be an eyesore. Hundreds of martial artists felt the terrifying threat of death when they heard this. Those who were smart and reacted quickly circulated their yin-yang origin energy and fled into the distance. They understood what Prince Wu meant. Martial artists below the 10th level of yin-yang realm wouldn't be of any help in the underground world. Instead, they would share in the fortuitous encounters. Therefore, it was best to kill them. Ling Xiao didn't leave. He stood there and casually took out a formation refining stone to connect the 9 of them. The 9 of them gathered their origin energy and formed a powerful defensive wall. Even a 13th level yin-yang realm martial artist wouldn't be able to break through this defense, let alone a 12th level yin-yang realm martial artist. That's right. Ants, how dare you touch the treasures? Go to hell. Demonic Saber, who had been suppressing his anger, vented it on Ling Xiao first. He thought that all of this was caused by Ling Xiao's beam of light. However, the range of his attack was too large. Almost all the martial artists below the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm were caught in it. This made the scene even more chaotic. In my name, Demonic Saber, kill. Demonic Saber's title wasn't just for show. He raised the pitch-black Demonic Saber in his hand. Terrifying saber chi quickly gathered and formed a huge saber chi that was hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters wide. As the saber slashed down, dozens of martial artists died on the spot before the terrifying saber chi even landed. This was because they couldn't block the attack of the terrifying saber chi. A 12th level yin-yang realm martial artist is indeed powerful. The power of this saber technique is truly formidable. Ling Xiao originally thought that since they were both yin-yang realm martial artists, the difference between the 10th and 12th levels of the yin-yang realm wouldn't be that big. However, after witnessing the Demonic Saber's attack, he understood. Other than a monster like him, the difference in strength between the rest of the martial artists was huge. Under the Demonic Saber's attack, the martial artists below the 10th level of the yin-yang realm were like ants in a gale. Their bodies flew around involuntarily. Some even crashed into each other and died at the same time. The protective wall that the 9 of them worked together to hold up was constantly distorted by the saber. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. Ling Xiao was about to unleash his true strength to fight against the Demonic Saber. However, at that moment he saw some words appear on the altar from the corner of his eye. Get ready! The underground world's passage is about to open! Ling Xiao understood the meaning of the words clearly with his Tai Chi eye. Therefore, he quickly informed the 9 people on his side to get ready. To prevent the 9 of them from being thrown to different places, Ling Xiao connected the 9 of them with a formation so that they could take care of each other. Just as he was done, the altar suddenly spun wildly. Chapter 1757. A huge energy whirlpool formed above the altar. The demonic blade's attacks were all sucked away by the whirlpool. Even the demonic blade itself was pulled towards the whirlpool because it was close to the altar. It wasn't just him. All the martial artists within 100 meters of the altar were sucked in by the terrifying energy whirlpool. The whirlpool was too terrifying. No one could completely control their own bodies. Not even Ling Xiao could. Hence, he could only try his best to remain calm and observe his surroundings. He was prepared to deal with any unexpected situations. After an unknown amount of time. Perhaps it was an instant, or perhaps it was 2 hours. Because their minds were dizzy, they couldn't determine what had just happened. They only knew that they had fallen underground. Of the 400 martial artists, only 300 had survived. Dozens of people died in the process of this fall. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and the others were connected by a formation. If anyone was in danger, they could help. Hence, all 9 of them had survived. The world below was almost pitch black, with only a few weak lights flickering there. These lights seemed to be emitted by some special plants and ores. Apart from that, the entire world was pitch black. It took a long time for the warriors to adapt to the darkness before they could see clearly in the darkness. Are these the ruins of the Nightman race? Dan Feng looked around. There were indeed some dilapidated buildings. They were completely different from the buildings on the surface. Most of the terrain here was filled with caves. There were big and small ones, and they were all connected to each other. It was like a maze. It's filled with a rotten aura. There's also an extremely powerful soul force. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He found that there was no problem with breathing here. The Nightman race was probably like humans. They needed air to survive. Although they lived underground, there were still plants that could release air. Of course, Ling Xiao was most concerned about the restless Lord of Hell in his body. When he was on the 99th floor of the Hell Tower, he had relied on the Butterfly Lady's help to trap the Lord of Hell in the Hell Dragon talisman. He had used the Hell Dragon fire to refine it. However, there was no effect. But when he came here, he discovered that the Lord of Hell was in a state of nervousness. What did that mean? This meant that there was something in the underground world that he was afraid of. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Even if he couldn't find any other opportunities in the underground world, as long as he could completely refine the power of the Abyssal Lord, it would definitely be a great gain for him. What kind of damn place is this? It's so damp and dark. How do the night humans even live here? The martial artists began to complain. Because the air was filled with dense moisture, everyone felt very uncomfortable. Huge underground plants were growing haphazardly in all kinds of caves and crevices. No matter how one looked at it, it was uncomfortable. Watch out for spiders! Suddenly, someone shouted. What's so scary about spiders? To think that you're a martial artist. However, when this person spoke, his face suddenly turned extremely ugly. A contentment that was 4 to 5 times his size crawled out of the dark cave, then opened its strange huge mouth and bit towards him. Help! In a state of panic, the martial artists shouted as they desperately waved their weapons to attack. However, in front of the huge spider, everything he did seemed so childish and laughable. His entire body was swallowed by the spider. Before he died, his body was still wriggling in the spider's mouth. This person probably never dreamed that one day, he would be swallowed by a tiny spider like a mosquito. It was simply too tragic. Crazy. What kind of damn place is this? Why is there such a huge spider? The other martial artists were so frightened that they ran away. More than 10 people were swallowed by the spiders because they panicked. The spiders just hung above the cave, waiting for people to sneak attack when they passed by. Actually, the spiders weren't that strong. 5th or 6th level yin-yang realm martial artists could easily deal with them. The problem was that many people were too nervous and panicked. Once they encountered a situation, they would completely lose their minds and do some stupid things, causing their own deaths. Don't panic. Aim your attacks. These spiders aren't as strong as you think, Ling Xiao warned his companions. The 9 of them stood together and formed a tight defensive formation. A spider fell from the top of the cave. Its tail was still tied with thick silk threads. It tried to bite Mou. Longchin, who was beside Mou, reacted quickly and punched out. The terrifying dragon fist smashed the spider into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and the cave walls were covered with sticky things. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As if to take revenge for the dead spider, more than 10 huge spiders fell from the top of the cave in an instant. They wanted to swallow Ling Xiao and the others. Courting death! A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The spiders were trying to use their advantage in numbers to deal with them. His left eye suddenly released a blazing light that turned into boundless flames. Heaven burning eye, true Samadhi fire! Ling Xiao didn't use any martial techniques. Instead, he used a soul secret technique to attack the spiders. The moment he arrived in the underground world, he realized that the air here was filled with dense soul aura. He suspected that the Nightman clan was skilled in soul attacks, similar to the soul race. It was rumored that the soul race was the descendant of the human race and the Nightman clan. As a member of the Nightman clan, it was natural that they were skilled in soul attacks. The attack this time was just a test. The effect was perfect. The power unleashed by the heaven-burning eye was at least twice as strong as usual. The terrifying flames burned the entire group of spiders to ashes in an instant. He easily solved the problem on his side, but there were too many spiders. Many martial artists had already died tragically under the spiders' sneak attacks. Ling Xiao looked at the situation. There were a large number of spider eggs at the top of the cave. These spider eggs seemed to be constantly hatching spiders. If they continued fighting like this, even if they weren't killed, they would be exhausted to death. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Ling Xiao quickened his pace and left the spider nest. The other martial artists weren't stupid. Seeing him leave, they all followed behind and ran. After a while, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. In front of him was a forest full of mushrooms and wood airs. It didn't look dangerous, but Ling Xiao's intuition told him that the road ahead wasn't so easy. He reminded Dan Feng and the others. Then, he still walked at the front. His Taiji eye was always open, afraid that something unexpected would happen. In Ling Xiao's view, this underground world was unfamiliar and dangerous. Perhaps it was full of opportunities, but it also made people fearful. Chapter 1758. There was a dangerous aura in the forest, which made everyone tense up. Plop! Suddenly, a yin-yang realm warrior fell to the ground. Then, his body quickly corroded and turned into huge mushrooms. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed. There were so many mushrooms and wood airs here, but they were all transformed from human corpses. This was too disgusting and terrifying. Everyone, hold your breaths and swallow the antidote pill I gave you. Ling Xiao reminded the people on his side. This should be the legendary mushroom forest. In ancient times, it was actually called the Demon Bone Forest. However, after some misinformation, it became less terrifying and people forgot how terrifying this forest was. Those mushrooms can release gas that makes people dizzy. Once they fall and lose consciousness, countless tiny microorganisms will completely decompose the corpse in a moment and turn it into new mushrooms. Ling Xiao could not help but rejoice that he had been practicing martial arts diligently and had read a lot of books. Otherwise, he would not have been able to guess such a situation. In a small patch of forest, dozens of martial artists were lost. Ling Xiao did not sympathize with these people. He did not force these people to take the risk with him. These people were driven by their own greed. If they died or something happened, it was their own fault. They could not blame him. He just needed to protect the people around him. Brat, take out your antidote pill and share it with everyone. Mo Dao stared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao ignored him. After walking out of the mushroom forest, his face gradually darkened. Mo Dao, if you have the time to find trouble with me, you should worry about our enemies. Within the range of Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye, there was a group of dark-skinned, handsome humanoids moving towards them at high speed. If he guessed correctly, they must be the Nightman tribe. This was because these people were almost identical to the Nightman tribe that Ling Xiao had seen in books. The attire of the Nightman clan was very strange. They basically wore leather armor, which was made from the skin of various animals. There was no cloth. This meant that the textile industry here was almost non-existent. Of course, this wasn't important. What was important was that every single one of these night humans was very fast. They moved through the ravines of the underground world as if they were walking on flat ground. Enemy? Mo Dao was stunned for a moment. Soon after, he sneered and said, Even I didn't discover anything, but you actually discovered it? Don't make these childish excuses. I said that I will destroy you, so I will definitely destroy you. No one can change that. Idiot! Ling Xiao scolded coldly, and then ordered Dan Feng and the others to lie down. Right at this moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, dozens of arrows were shot out from the dark forest not far away. These arrows were wrapped in a terrifying wind energy. However, this energy was not internal energy, but pure soul power. Soul power actually has an attribute. This was Ling Xiao's first time seeing such a thing. The terrifying soul arrows were extremely powerful. A few more unlucky Yin-Yang realm martial artists were hit by the arrows, and a terrifying hole appeared in their bodies. He died on the spot. There were even people who were shot dozens of meters away and exploded in the air. The scene was extremely tragic. Mo Dao was also attacked, but he was strong. With a wave of his black saber, the arrows flying toward him were deflected and hit a nearby tree. Even so, Mo Dao was still quite shocked. This was because the arrows were so powerful that his hands were numb from the impact. Only Ling Xiao and the others, who were lying down, avoided this wave of arrows and were safe. Are you a descendant of the night humans? We don't have any enmity. Can we talk face to face? Someone among the martial artists shouted. However, what answered him was a sharp arrow that directly pierced through his head, killing him. The night humans are bloodthirsty and kill any martial artist who dares to enter their territory. You actually want to reconcile? Too stupid, Tiahai Army said coldly. Then, he raised his spear and charged at the enemies in the forest at an extremely fast speed. A powerhouse like him naturally wouldn't choose to sit and wait for death. Dozens of arrows flew over. Their target was Tiahai Army. They seemed to want to turn this human into a beehive for daring to counterattack. However, Tiahai Army was a level 11 Yin-Yang realm powerhouse after all. Although the arrows could break through his origin power protection, they couldn't break through his physical body. After a while, he was already close to the night humans in the dark. Then, he waved his spear and killed 4 night humans on the spot. Since there was no need to talk, he could only kill. He definitely wouldn't show mercy. Tiahai Army's actions obviously angered the night humans in the forest. In an instant, hundreds of arrows shot toward him at almost the same time. Not only that, but Ling Xiao also saw a few shadows approaching Tiahai Army in the dark. Shadow Cone! Although Ling Xiao didn't mind other martial artists dying in battle, Tiahai Army was definitely a very useful combat force. Therefore, at this moment, even if others didn't help, he would. Dozens of shadow cones shot through the air at the same time. After a while, several figures fell in the dark. Not only that, but many of the arrows in the sky were also scattered. Thank you. Tiahai Army blocked the remaining arrows and turned to look at Ling Xiao. No need. Focus on the battle. Roar. An angry roar came from the forest. This roar was filled with anger and sorrow. There was something. Everyone stared at the trembling bushes. Unlike the sneak attack just now, they were prepared for battle this time. They believed that as long as the enemy dared to attack, they had enough power to destroy them. However, sometimes, imagination wasn't reality. Whoosh! A black shadow darted out of the bushes. The martial artists didn't even see what it was before someone's throat was slit by a sharp blade and died on the spot. Those who were faster and had sharp reactions were able to dodge such a surprise attack. Moreover, he could clearly see what the black shadow was that came out of the thicket. The first thing they saw was a black panther. It wasn't very big, but it had explosive power and was extremely fast. Then, they saw the riders on the black panther. The weapons these riders used were actually boomerangs. The boomerangs were also burning with soul energy, and could easily pierce through the protective yuan energy of many martial artists. This was the main culprit behind the deaths of those martial artists. The terrifying Black Panther riders relied on their powerful charge and speed to instantly kill a group of people before vanishing into the forest. They were preparing for an even more terrifying second wave of attacks. Ling Xiao sensed that this wasn't the only danger. The night humans were clearly skilled in battle, especially since this was their territory. For the night humans who were familiar with the terrain, killing the remaining 200-some martial artists was not difficult. Chapter 1759. Whoosh! Like a ghost, a boomerang flew out of the dense forest, cutting through countless pieces of grass as it charged towards Lu Lian. Lu Lian's expression was calm. A ball of fire spewed out from her hand. She didn't dodge and directly melted the boomerang. Then, this terrifying fist energy scuttled into the grass, and a scream was heard. A Black Panther Knight died on the spot. Even the Black Panther Knight was burned to a crisp. Everyone, don't be afraid. Although these night men are familiar with the terrain, they are generally weak. As long as we deal with them carefully, we should be fine. Elder Fan hurriedly shouted. His shout stabilized the morale of the troops. Otherwise, if the chaos continued, the Black Panther Knights and the archers would take them down one by one. However, the night men's attacks wouldn't stop because of his shout. A Black Panther Knight suddenly rushed out and pounced towards Ling Xiao. The Black Panther bared its teeth and clawed at Ling Xiao with its huge claws. The knight's boomerang also chopped towards Ling Xiao's neck. Ling Xiao was about to attack, but at that moment, he chose to take a step back. It was this step that allowed him to avoid the attack from the sky. He raised his head and looked up. In the sky, an eagle was staring at Ling Xiao. When it flapped its wings, it actually created a raging wind. This wind was enough to tear apart hard stones and thick trees. Is that also a night man? Ling Xiao was puzzled, but he didn't stop his attacks. As he retreated, a red sun all pierced through the air. At the same time, a shadow all pierced towards the Black Panther Knight in front of him. The red sun all pierced through the air and instantly flashed with a blinding light. The eagle lost its vision. By the time it recovered, its body had been pierced by the red sun all. The other Black Panther Knights were also pierced by Ling Xiao's shadow all. They all died. However, what surprised him was that after the eagle landed, it actually transformed into a human. This is very similar to the bloodline power on the surface, but it feels a little different. Through the Taiji eye, Ling Xiao could clearly analyze that the energy this person needed to transform all came from soul power. The soul could transform the body? This was somewhat inconceivable. But that was the truth. With the addition of the Eagle Knight clan, the battle became even more intense. Although the martial artists on the surface were more powerful, there were more of them. Furthermore, they were familiar with the terrain, and their combat power was not weak. Dark Sky Devil Land! A Mo Dao's roar suddenly came, and a terrifying horizontal slash was directly slashed out. Even he couldn't stand the constant harassment from the Nightman clan. He actually didn't want to attack, but the Nightman race wouldn't stop attacking him just because of that. The enraged Devil Blade finally made his move. A fan-shaped saber chi flattened the forest in front of the demonic saber, which was dozens of square meters in size. Not only that, but many Black Panther knights and archers hiding in the forest were also cut in half, dying with their eyes wide open. Demonic blade is indeed a demonic blade. Your strength is indeed terrifying. However, your majesty isn't weak either. Wu Qinhuang and Demonic Blade had the same mentality. They didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but those night men just had to come and cause trouble for them. How could he not make a move? He directly struck out with his palm. This palm turned into a huge crocodile claw, covering an area of dozens of meters. Boom! The huge crocodile claw landed on the ground, and dozens of Nightman race martial artists were directly smashed into meat paste. Roar! Just then, an angry roar came from the forest. Then, Ling Xiao felt a terrifyingly powerful soul power accumulating at an accelerated speed. Everyone, be careful. There's a stronger attack coming. If it was before, no one would believe him if he said that. However, ever since Ling Xiao accurately judged the appearance of the Nightman race, he became a member that everyone trusted. Everyone held their breaths and concentrated, circulating their essence force and preparing to defend. Whoosh! A terrifying sound was heard. Then, everyone saw a shocking scene. In the forest, a huge tornado rose from the ground and instantly appeared in front of everyone. A few martial artists near the edge were swept up by the violent wind and torn into pieces. What kind of attack is this? Why is it so terrifying? Soul's secret technique. Demonic Blade gritted his teeth and said, "This is a truly terrifying soul secret technique. On the surface, only the soul race can use it freely. I didn't expect the Nightman race to use it even more terrifying. It seems like the rumors that the soul race is a hybrid between the Nightman race and the human race are true." He and Wu Qinhuang were both proficient in martial arts, and their yin and yang essence force was terrifying. However, their soul power wasn't too strong. Facing such an attack, they could only retreat. Just as everyone was about to flee, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of that terrifying tornado. Ling Xiao had always wanted to meet an expert who also used soul power. Only then would he be able to truly hone his soul's secret technique. How could he give up such a rare opportunity so easily? Sword Spirit's Eye, Destruction Sword! The secret technique released by the Tai Chi Eye was all Soul's secret technique. The Destruction Sword was a terrifying sword condensed from soul power. It was a sword condensed from the Destruction Sword intent. It would destroy everything, including the terrifying tornado in front of them. The terrifying shadow of the sword shot out and then grew in the wind, piercing through the huge tornado with a single strike. The tornado seemed to have lost its vitality and gradually withered, finally disappearing completely. Good! Beautiful! Seeing Ling Xiao defeat the gigantic tornado, almost all the martial artists were cheering for him. At this time and place, whether they were enemies or not, the warriors on the surface didn't want Ling Xiao to lose. Because once Ling Xiao lost, they wouldn't be able to live. It's not over yet. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. In an instant, a ferocious beast pounced out of the sword forest. A terrifying ferocious beast that was formed entirely of soul power, destroying everything in its path. Good! Ling Xiao was waiting for the other party to make a move so that he could try more attacks. Eye of the Tomb of the God, Skeleton General! Tai Chi's eyes flickered. A deep giant door appeared beside Ling Xiao. A skeleton general stepped out of the door. It was also condensed from soul power. The long spear in its hand pierced through the destruction beast. Then it disappeared. It wasn't that he couldn't continue, but that Ling Xiao needed more soul power to deliver a fatal blow. Sword Spirit's Eye, Slaughter Sword! Ling Xiao jumped up. In midair, the Tai Chi Eye flashed, and then a huge black sword pierced through the air, piercing into the depths of the forest. The Nightman clan expert in the forest obviously didn't expect his two attacks to be broken by the people on the surface. What he didn't expect was that the people on the surface actually attacked him again. Why did he have such terrifying soul power when he wasn't from the Nightman clan? He really couldn't figure it out. However, at this time, there was no time for him to figure it out. He could only urge his soul power to set up layers of thick wind shields in front of him. Chapter 1760. The Nightman clan expert used his soul force to form a wind shield. He attempted to block Ling Xiao's attack. It's useless. Your soul force isn't as good as mine. Your defense is nothing in front of me. Rumble. A terrifying explosion rang out from the forest. The terrifying black sword light seemed to have split the forest apart as it tore apart the wind shield like it was made of paper. In the end, it pierced the body of the Nightman clan expert. Ah! The Nightman clan expert let out a blood-curdling scream. His soul realm was actually shattered by Ling Xiao's sword. The shattering of his soul realm meant that he was reduced to a walking corpse. His eyes that were filled with fighting spirit instantly turned lifeless. Clearly, the Nightman clan expert that Ling Xiao killed was a leader. At the very least, he should be the leader of this ambush team. His death instilled a huge fear in the Nightman clan. One must know that this person's terrifying strength was ranked in the top 10 of the Nightman clan. Yet, he was killed so easily. How could they not be afraid? A strange eagle-like cry rang out from the ground. Following that, the Nightman clan members that were hiding in the forest started to flee. Clearly, the death of their leader had caused them to feel fear. They also felt the strength of their opponent. They knew that there was no benefit in continuing to stand. The more powerful a martial artist's soul force was, the greater the fear they would feel when they failed. Both Devil Blade and Wu Qinhuang glanced at Ling Xiao intentionally. Clearly, they were shocked by Ling Xiao's fighting style. Only the Soul Clan or the Nightman clan would have such a pure soul force fighting style. Just where did this Ling Xiao come from? Humph, no matter where you come from, only death awaits you if you dare to snatch from me. Devil Blade coldly snorted as he thought to himself. As for Wu Qinhuang, he looked at Ling Xiao thoughtfully. He knew that Ling Xiao's identity was the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Ling Xiao's path of growth was simply a legend. If he could be roped in to serve the imperial family, it would be a great fortune. Ling Xiao didn't know what the two of them were thinking. All he cared about was whether the 8 people he had brought with him were all right. Mou and Zhu Xiaocong were both injured, but their injuries were not serious. This kind of injury was also the best way to hone their combat abilities. If he completely protected them because he was afraid of death, he would not be helping them, but harming them. Looking at the other martial artists, they were really miserable. Of the 200 or so martial artists, only 150 were left. Many warriors were probably already regretting entering this underground world. After all, they hadn't even seen a single treasure and had already suffered countless casualties. It was really depressing. There was no danger for the time being, but no one dared to stay. They threw down the corpses and left quickly. The injured martial artists also tried their best to follow, afraid that they would be left behind. After all, these people were not from the same sect, and some of them did not even know each other. Who would sympathize with them? If you were a useful fighting force, others might help you. But if you were a burden, only a fool would care about your life and death. Mother *Cur, I don't know how long I'll have to walk. It's been so long and I haven't even seen a fart. In the crowd, some martial artists complained. The so-called haven't seen anything was obviously because they had not seen the treasure and were dissatisfied. Many people felt the same way. However, they still had to hurry. This underground world seemed to be very big and was divided into different regions. This was because they found some strange buildings with different signs. Although they did not understand what was written on them, they looked like boundary markers. It seems that the underground world's Nightman clan is also divided into many clans. They all work together for a night demon, and this night demon bestows them with powerful soul force and soul secret techniques. As Ling Xiao walked, he used the Tai Chi to analyze the words. Those difficult to understand words were quickly translated. The night demon was a god of the Nightman clan. But rather than a god, it was better to say that they were experts who controlled the laws of the underground world, just like the 7 rulers of the mystic world. However, the night demon was much weaker than the 7 rulers. The area they controlled was very small and was limited to the Nightman clan's kingdom. They did not cross over. However, There were definitely strong and weak night demons, and they would inevitably fight and devour each other. Naturally, a more terrifying night demon king would be born, such as the king of sovereigns. Ling Xiao discovered that the cave they had just passed by belonged to the Night Wind clan, the weakest of the 4 great clans of the Night Man Kingdom. If they continued forward, they would encounter the strongest clan of the Night Man Kingdom, the Dark Fire clan. The Night Wind clan specialized in wind-type soul secret techniques. The Dark Fire clan specialized in fire-type soul secret techniques. As Ling Xiao walked, he told everyone what he had seen. If he wanted to go further, he would have to rely on these people to continue helping him. If it was only the 9 of them, someone would definitely have to be sacrificed. But now, he would try his best to transfer the death to those greedy cannon fodder. When they passed by a cluster of flowers, a beautiful flower actually moved slightly. Then, it suddenly bloomed, revealing a strange bloody mouth that bit at Ling Xiao. Bang! Ling Xiao did not look at the strange man-eating flower. This kind of plant was almost extinct on the surface, but it still existed in this underground world. It even had soul consciousness. It was completely different from the man-eating flowers that attacked their targets instinctively. He just waved his hand, and a strange flame flew out from his palm. The man-eating flower was instantly burned to ashes. When everyone saw this scene, they were shocked. Then, they realized that those beautiful flowers would directly attack and gain the advantage by striking first. Under such circumstances, those flowers actually did something that left them dumbfounded. They actually pulled out their roots from the ground and ran away. That's right, they ran. It was as if they had grown legs. The soul power here is too strong. Even the plants are about to become spirits. Everyone better be careful. In another mile, we will reach the territory of the Dark Fire clan, Ling Xiao reminded. Why must we go to the Dark Fire clan? Can't we go somewhere else? Someone asked worriedly. After all, the Night Wind clan was already so terrifying. How terrifying would the number 1 Dark Fire clan of the Night Kingdom be? You can go somewhere else, but the soul shrine marked on the map is in the territory of the Dark Fire clan. And it is said that there are a lot of soul wills left behind by experts in the soul shrine. Once you obtain these wills, you can obtain the martial arts legacy of these experts. If you want to leave, it doesn't matter. Just go that way and you can directly leave. Ling Xiao pointed in a direction and said. The direction he was pointing in was completely random. Because the map did not mark the way out, only the direction of the soul shrine. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.